Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Paso Robles City Council, Mayor Steve Martin speaking. Before we get going, I want to read this for you, please. City has returned to hybrid public meetings pursuant to AB 361, which allows for deviation from the teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act. Residents now have the option to attend the meeting in person or to participate remotely. To participate remotely, residents can listen to the meeting live on the radio at 12:30 a.m. or live stream the meeting at www.prcity.com/YouTube. You may call 805-865-7276 to provide public comment via telephone. The phone line will open just prior to the start of the meeting and remain open throughout the meeting to ensure the opportunity to comment on each item heard by the council. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number or name. City council meetings will be live streamed during the meeting and also available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube. And with that, I'll call the meeting to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Hammond.
Here.
Councilmember Strong. Councilmember Strong. And Mayor Martin.
I'm present. Councilmember Strong asked me to send his regrets, but he is in Washington, D.C. doing city business with our federal leaders right now, and he will be unable to attend the meeting this evening. First up, we have a closed session item. I will ask the city attorney what we'll be speaking about tonight, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll be going into closed session for one item. It's conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, with the city designated representative being the city manager, and the employee organizations are the Service Employee International Union and Paso Robles Police Association.
Thank you. I see no one in the room to give public comment. Is there anyone online who would like to comment?
No, sir, there is not.
Thank you very much. And according to the paperwork I have in front of me, there were no emailed comments on the closed session items either. So if there's no objection, the council will now recess to closed session. Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting for the Paso Robles City Council for Tuesday, March the 15th. We welcome you all to the meeting. We invite you to stand as you're able and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilman Hammond, followed by our invocation.
Join with me, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have scheduled for our invocation Pastor Sheehan. Are you with us, Pastor? No, it's not Pastor Sheehan. Turn on your microphone so we can all hear you.
Is it on? Okay. Good.
There you go.
I'll talk into the mic.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. And let us pray. This evening we pray to our loving, life-giving, and liberating God, source of wisdom and understanding, to be present this evening with the City Council members and staff and the people of Paso Robles as we meet to discuss and make decisions for our city. Teach us in all things to seek your guidance to perceive what is right at this time for the people of Paso Robles, and grant us the courage to pursue it and the grace to accomplish it. Amen.
Do we have a roll call, please?
Okay. Councilmember Garcia?
Here.
Councilmember Gregory?
Here.
Councilmember Hammond?
Here.
Mayor Martin?
I'm present. Councilman Strong is not with us tonight. He sends his regrets. He's in Washington, D.C., hobnobbing with his brother wizards. And we wish him well. So we'll start off, before we continue, we did have a closed session meeting prior to this, and I'll ask the city attorney if we have any reportable action, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We went into closed session on one item. It was conference with labor negotiators regarding pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, and there was no reportable action.
Thank you. And staff introductions, please, starting on my right.
Yes, Warren Frace, Community Development Director. On the line tonight will be Dave Athey, our City Engineer, and with us tonight's our Transportation Lobbyist, Gus Corey.
Jessica Ferguson, Deputy City Clerk.
Ty Lewis, City Manager.
Elizabeth Hull, City Attorney.
Thank you. Welcome all. Do we have any staff online?
No, sir, we do not.
If there is none, we will move on. Well, again, welcome to our meeting tonight. First up, we have three presentations, and the first one is for the American Red Cross, and I'm not exactly sure who's receiving that. Is that you, sir? Welcome. We've kind of gotten into the habit of reading them from the dais since the pandemic. We'll get back to the good old days soon, but welcome to the meeting. And I would like to start off by reading this proclamation. Whereas in 1881, Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, turning her steadfast dedication for helping others into a bold mission of preventing and alleviating people's suffering. Today, more than 140 years later, we honor the kindness and generosity of Red Cross volunteers here in the city of Paso Robles who continue to carry out Clara's life-saving legacy. They join the millions of people across the United States who volunteer, give blood, donate financially, or learn vital life-preserving skills through the Red Cross. And whereas their darkest hours, whether it's providing emergency shelter, food and comfort for families devastated by local disasters like home fires, donating essential blood for accident and burn victims, heart surgery and organ transplant patients, and those receiving treatment for leukemia, cancer, or sickle cell disease, supporting service members and veterans along with their families and caregivers through the unique challenges of military life. helping to save the lives of others with first aid, CPR, and other skills, or delivering international humanitarian aid. And whereas their work to prevent and alleviate human suffering is vital to strengthening our community's resilience, we dedicate this month of March to all those who continue to advance the noble legacy of American Red Cross founder Clara Barton, who lived by her words, "You must never think of anything except the need and how to meet it." We ask others to join in this commitment to give back in our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Stephen W. Martin, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor, and speaking on behalf of the entire Paso Robles City Council, do hereby proclaim March 2022 as Red Cross Month, and we encourage all citizens of the city of Paso Robles to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. We give you our great thanks, and also we give you the microphone if you'd like to make a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for recognizing the Red Cross. The Red Cross is always there when we need them the most. This city has suffered through disasters in the past, and unfortunately, there will be more disasters in the future. And when those disasters occur, whether they're a single family dwelling, that one family is faced with that individual's disaster, or a disaster of large scale that affects hundreds of families, the Red Cross volunteers always show up in the dark of night, when it's stormy, when it's incredibly hot, under all kinds of conditions, and they come every single time and have for 100 years to provide that service. Joining me today is Cynthia Fisher, who recently deployed to Kentucky. She is a local Red Cross volunteer. Cynthia.
Thank you, council members. I appreciate, on behalf of all the volunteers in San Luis Obispo County, that I stand here representing just how important it is to be recognized by our community and work alongside the communities. I am a DAT volunteer, which means I respond to those fires in the middle of the night, whether it's an apartment community or a single family dwelling. And I did deploy to Kentucky. The next morning, my daughter woke up and said, "Mom, you got to go." And I'm all, "You're going to be home alone for Christmas." And she said, "Those people don't even have a home for Christmas, so you got to go." So it is a team member. Without the other volunteers and without the supportive communities that we land in, we couldn't do what we do. So we appreciate your support. We appreciate you supporting our families when we do deploy, and we appreciate you supporting the American Red Cross on a national basis. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And next, we have a proclamation for Women's History Month, and I've asked Gina Fitzpatrick, who is the head of our local Chamber of Commerce, to come and receive this. I'd like to read this proclamation, please. Whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made significant contributions to our nation in fields including public service, military service, science, the arts, literature, and leadership. Whereas American women constitute a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home. Whereas American women have founded and sustain a host of intellectual, charitable, philanthropic, educational, and cultural institutions in our nation. Whereas American women have served our country courageously in the military, both in combat and support services. Whereas American women have been leaders in the suffrage movement, the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, the peace movement, and others. Whereas women continue to struggle for equity and opportunity and compensation. Whereas women serve critical roles in preserving Paso Robles' past, improving its present, and pioneering its future. Whereas the Paso Robles City Library has prepared a selection of titles spotlighting the women of the United States and their contributions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Stephen W. Martin, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor, speaking on behalf of the entire Paso Robles City Council, do hereby recognize and declare March 22nd as Women's History Month. And we call upon all citizens of Paso Robles to support and participate in appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Ms. Fitzpatrick, the microphone is yours.
Thank you very much. It truly is an honor to receive this proclamation this evening on behalf of all of the women in the workforce. Of course, I have been a woman in business for quite some time now. I do want to recognize a couple of other really strong organizations that are doing amazing things. The National Organization of Women, United Nations Women, the American Medical Women Association, we have Asian Women in Business, Black Girls Code, Mujeres de Acción, and the National Business Women's Association that are just a couple that stand out, that are just doing great things. And we love, now that you've diversified the workforce and brought us into it, we're very happy to be here, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And last but not least for this evening, we have a proclamation for April 2022 as Month of the Child and Child Abuse Prevention Month. And I believe we have Micah Buchanan from Capslo present. Welcome. Is it Mika? I took a chance. I'm sorry. Whereas the Paso Robles City Council recognizes that every moment in a child's life is an opportunity for that child to learn, that the quality of these experiences may determine whether a child succeeds in school and in life, and that all children need caring and loving adults in their lives. And whereas April, Month of the Child and Child Abuse Prevention Month, marks a time to recognize that our community's children are precious assets, that the quality of their early years is our collective responsibility, and that we commit ourselves to ensuring that each and every child has access to a high-quality early environment at home, at childcare, at school, and in the community that will promote their optimal growth and development. Whereas in solidarity of the We Are the Care initiative, we as a community of partners and leaders envision a San Luis Obispo County where all families can find and afford quality care for their children, and where child care professionals are valued for their critical role in building a solid foundation for children and families to thrive in the world. Whereas Saturday, April the 2nd, 2022 will commemorate Day of the Child at the annual Children's Day in the Plaza, celebration from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. in San Luis Obispo at the Mission Plaza. This year's celebration where children and families will have the opportunity to discover creativity, individuality, diversity, and the arts while exploring community resources. Whereas Friday, April 22nd, 2022, our county will participate in the statewide raising of the Children's Memorial Flag to honor and raise awareness about the many children in our midst who suffer daily from abuse and neglect, and pledge our support for strategies that strengthen families and protect our young ones. And whereas April is National Child Abuse Prevention Month, raising awareness and recognizing that each of us has a role to play in ensuring the safety of our children, as we pledge our support for strategies that strengthen families and protect our young ones by promoting our Normalizing Parenting campaign and introduce Children's Memorial Day on Friday, April 22nd, 2022 at 10 a.m. with our Child Abuse Prevention Council colleagues throughout California. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Stephen W. Martin, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor, and speak on behalf of the entire Paso Robles City Council, do hereby recognize and declare April 2022 as the Month of the Child and Child Abuse Prevention Month. And we thank you for being here and for your service. The microphone is yours, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Mika Buchanan, representing the Community Action Partnership of San Luis Obispo, Child Care Resource Connection, and the San Luis Obispo Child Care Planning Council. Thank you for this opportunity to celebrate our community's 54,000 children and families. They live, grow, play, and learn among us in this county every day. A special thank you to Mayor Steve Martin and Councilmember Maria Garcia, who have been champions for children, supporting the effort to tackle the child care crisis. We are encouraged to continue partnering in these efforts to support Paso's children, families, and businesses. April is the Month of the Child and Child Abuse Prevention Month. We hope that you will join us and kids of all ages at one of the many events during this month. Saturday, April 2nd, is the annual Children's Day in the Plaza at the Mission in downtown San Luis Obispo. We will be joined by over 50 organizations sharing fun, family activities, and information. We are also partnering with the Department of Social Services and Center for Family Strengthening to raise awareness and recognize that each of us has a role to play in ensuring the safety of our children. We also hope you'll join us on April 22nd at the raising of the Children's Memorial Flag at the San Luis Obispo Downtown Courthouse. April is only one of 12 months. I encourage everyone to keep the children of our county in our hearts, minds, commitments every day and every year. It is our collective responsibility to demonstrate daily that our youth are our highest priority. as evidence of our collective commitment of time, money, sustained effort, and unified support. Again, thank you for this opportunity. We look forward to seeing you at the Children's Day in the Plaza on Saturday, April 2nd, and at our continued conversations on community-driven solutions to challenges that impact local businesses as well as children and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We move on to item number 4. This is a presentation item, information only, no action required. This is our Paso Robles Central Coast Community Energy Annual Update. Susan Davison.
She'll be joining us through Teams, sir.
Very good.
Susan, are you with us?
I am.
Welcome.
I am. Hi.
We're ready for your report.
Wonderful. Thank you. Right. Let me actually get my notes in place. So thank you. All right. All right. So good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present the City of Paso Robles Annual Member Agency Update. I'm Susan Davison, known as a Key Account Specialist with the Central Coast Community Energy. And CCAs offer the opportunity for communities to join together to choose their source of electricity. And a city joins Central Coast Community Energy to gain more control over its electricity needs and provides economic and environmental benefits to the community. Central Coast Community Energy actually procures the energy, which is delivered via PG&E's transmission and distribution lines to you, the customer. Revenue generated by CCE stays local and keeps electricity rates lower for our customers, while also funding energy programs. We are one of 13 CCAs that collaborate with PG&E this way, and there are 23 CCAs in California with more than 11 million customers in the state of California. Next slide. This map here reflects our current service area, which includes the 33 communities. The City of Buellton just finished enrollment as of the end of February, and the City of Atascadero has voted to join us and will do so in early 2024. Next slide. This slide here shows our governance structure as we are a public agency. The city seat is shared with your city's seat is shared with the cities of San Luis Obispo and Morro Bay. Jan Marks, council member of the City of San Luis Obispo, is the current representative holding the shared seat on the policy board, and the city manager of San Luis Obispo, Derek Johnson, is the current representative holding the shared seat on the operations board. As with all shared seats, the cities themselves determine how and when the seat is shared with other cities. Next slide. Over the past 3 years, this slide actually reflects our accomplishments. So first, the one I'd like to highlight is the economic vitality with $50 million in customer benefits, and that was just as the end of last year, and $14 million set aside this year for energy programs. The second I'd like to highlight is we are the first CCA in California to get an S&P A credit rating, which means that we have the opportunity to and can enter into long-term energy procurement contracts, which result in rate stability and lower costs for our customers. Next slide. This shows our pathway to 100% clean and renewable. And so you can see that we have a goal by 2025 to reach the 60% clean and renewable, which means that of all the energy we procure, 60% will be clean and renewable, with our goal by 2030 to actually be 100% renewable at this lower cost structure. And this shows an example of how Central Coast Community Energy assists the city of Paso Robles seamlessly to reach your beneficial goals for your environmental and beneficial goals for your city residents and your businesses. Next slide. At this time, I wanted to indicate that we actually have long-term contracts signed and the projects are being built. We actually just brought a project online. We actually do not develop the projects. We sign contracts and they are developed. We also coordinate with other CCAs in the state of California to actually build larger projects so any procurement costs are actually lower. So we already have contracts in place signed to reach our 60% clean energy goal, and we're working towards finalizing the contracts for our 2030 100% goal. Next slide. This slide reflects our historic rates. As you and your residents have been served by us, this is an example of how our board actually chooses and sets the rates. But we will talk a little bit about the new rates that are coming as of March 1st, the beneficial rates. Next slide. And as of March 1st of this year, we have a new service offering and what will happen is we as a CCA will no longer follow the PG&E generation rates. So over the time since we've been in business, we do a model that's called IOU less a discount. And so as of March 1st, our rates are changing and are going to be standalone. And our goal is to provide predictable and stable rates over a 3-year period. And so just for a bit of information's sake, at this time, PG&E, earlier this year, end of last year, PG&E applied for a rate increase. And then that rate increase was about 18% from the previous rates. Their request has actually been approved with the new rates effective March 1st of 2022. And so since our rates are no longer tied to PG&E's, we've initiated our new 2020 service offering rates as of March 1st, 2022. You will see us show up on the April bills because what happens is each meter gets read at a certain day during the course of the month. And so if the meter is read on the 5th, then as of March 6th, we start serving you with a new rate schedule. And you'll see that show up on your bill, April bill, late March, early April bill. But for just a little bit more information is under this, our new rates, residential and small commercial customers will see a 19% savings and their electricity generates lower than PG&E's. And medium commercial averaged about 25% less than PG&E's rates, March rates, and our large commercial and our agriculture are 6% or more less than PG&E's March rates. We're very proud of how this is occurring. Next slide. So as a public agency, our operational revenues are invested in rate reduction, rate stability, and energy programs. This slide is an example. We have actually proposed $14 million for our fiscal year, which starts October 1st, and it's 4% of our operating revenue for this year. But as a Central Coast Community Energy customer, you are actually served by both PG&E and by us. And so what's nice is you can actually take advantage of programs with both of us. So as you're watching PG&E unfold a focus on EV electrification, we actually have a focus and a program on that, and you can actually stack the rebates, both as a municipality or as a business or a resident. You're allowed to stack the rebates and to take advantage of both PG&E's programs and our programs as well. Next slide. This is an example of how we actually craft and put our programs together. Last year and the year before, we had a rebate on electric vehicles. This year, we've taken and actually put the program into 4 different buckets. And you as a customer actually get to choose which bucket you touch first, but you can access all 4 of the buckets. And so it's actually EV vehicles, electric vehicles. And so you purchase or you can lease a new vehicle. In addition, it's called EV readiness, that let's say you need a new panel in your garage for your EV to charge. That's included. That's another bucket. Then we also actually have an EV readiness for a business would be the labor that's needed to actually do the work at their business. We're also including e-motorcycles and e-bikes are included in this program. And so as with all slides, if you look at each slide, we actually include where you can find this information. It's at the bottom of this slide. And the applications are very simple for a customer to submit. And so you could choose to actually do your panel upgrades, let's say this month, and you could wait months or until, to get your car leased or purchased. Next slide, please. So this is an example of a program that we've crafted and started this year, what we call our member agency services. And member agency services is actually a focus on the municipal government, our member agencies, cities and county. And so these programs are specific to just the member agency. And so for an example here is the medium and heavy duty is everything from street sweepers and garbage trucks, all electric, to actually all electric transit buses. And so anything that qualifies as a medium or heavy duty vehicle that's electric qualifies under this program. This is a new program. We're very proud of it. We already have applications coming in from other cities who are looking to actually upgrade their fleet. And then we have a raft of other programs, but this one is one of the new ones under member agency services. And again, it's intended to be just directed at providing services for the city rather than the community itself. Well, actually, the community benefits from it. So next slide. This is an example of the numbers in the city. 93, almost 94% enrollment have decided to stay with us. We're very pleased with that. We believe that you do have a choice when you participate with us, and you get to be served by both our existing utility PG&E and by us, and you get the benefit of both. And at the bottom of the slide, you'll see that your residents and businesses are already starting to access the Energy Programs Fund, and we make it as simple as possible when they submit an application and how they can track the application to see where it's going. Next slide. We're also very proud of our outreach. This is an example of how we did a farm worker outreach program actually in San Luis Obispo County. And it's a part of our new partnership with a local radio station, LA. And as of March 1st of this year, we submitted our supplier diversity annual report and our 2020 annual plan to the CPUC ahead of the deadline. I'm very proud of this document. And we as a member agency are committed to making sure that to expanding access for all customers to clean energy and energy education within the communities that we serve. Next slide. We've also created what we call a customer portal. And so residential customers that receive our electricity service can actually explore detailed information about how they use their electricity, current rate plan, and energy usage. Rate plans are not set by us. That's set by the utility, depending on how much your meter uses. But we actually take that, and then that's where a discount comes off that rate, whichever is established by the utility. But you can go in and actually take a look at your energy usage, and you can review and select service offerings. You can upgrade to the 3C Prime, which is 100% renewable, and you can also track your energy program application status within this tool. So this is something new that we just created this year. Next slide. We also, as a public agency, seek to keep the programs and the funding and the business that we do local. And so if you're a small or a local vendor, small and local vendor, please be aware that we have a page that you can sign up on and provide services to us at Central Coast. So we actually do an annual report on this also about how we're doing in keeping the business and economic development and benefit within the local community. Next slide. So this is just over of the key updates of what's happening across the community. And so this last year, 140,000 customers in 2021 decided to stay with us. And so we're not expanding anymore. Our service territory is actually quite fixed now, and we are shifting our focus now actually from enrollment over to things like member agency services, and how do we actually listen to the community and continue to create and craft programs and rate benefits that are beneficial to our local consumers. And the last slide, please. And anyone who wants to reach out, they can actually reach us in multiple ways. And so please feel free. And if a customer has a bill and they have a question about a bill, they can pick up the phone and call the call center. And then if the call center actually can't answer the question, they get escalated to someone like me. And we turn around and pick up the phone and call and actually have more detailed conversation. With our call center, we do have a weekly training call, so we stay ahead. So if there's a new program that's coming out or the rates are changing, let's say March 1st, we make sure that the call center is aware of all of these shifts and changes and how they actually can provide that information to serve our customers. So I want to say thank you for the opportunity to letting me share this presentation and ask if there's any questions.
Thank you very much for that report. This is an information item. No action is required. That being said, are there any questions from council? Mr. Hammond?
Yeah, I'd like to ask, I've had several questions in the last few months about opting out. What is the procedure if an individual wants to leave 3CE and go back to PG&E? What's the time frame?
So if a customer chooses, they have a choice. They can call the call center, or they can actually, when they call the call center, or they can go online. There's an address, and we have an internet. We call it the IVR. They can do it online, or they can call the call center and request to opt out. And it gets recorded, and there's a confirmation number that's issued, so the customer has a tracking number for them to follow. Depending on when their opt-out call happens, so let's say my meter gets read on March 6th. If I call on March 5th or 4th, which is really close to my meter read date, it may take up to 2 months because we put it in the system. At the end of the day, that information goes over to PG&E, and they're in the queue. The customer has a 3-day opt-out to cancel what they want to do within that 3-day period, and then that closes. And so usually if they opt out really close to their meter read date, sometimes it'll take up to 2 months. But they have that tracking confirmation number to be able to follow it through. Usually it takes about a month or so. And then we disappear, our page disappears out of the bill, and they go back to PG&E bundle service.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Are there any other council questions? Very good. Again, an information item, but if there's anybody in the audience who would like to ask a question, this would be your opportunity. Seeing no one rise, I see no one online.
That is correct.
Online. Sounds like a rock band, doesn't it? Okay, so thank you once again for that presentation, and I can vouch for the fact that I've shepherded a couple of people to Susan to resolve issues on their accounts, and she's been very prompt and very complete with her answers, so that's a good indication. We move on now to item number 5, Paso Robles Police Department update. Chief North.
So, Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you. Just going to be a quick overview of 2021 and the kind of where the department is at and the stats and calls for service that came in. The first slide is just going to be an overview of everything that will be gone more into detail after this slide. So this is just an overview of what we'll be going over. So I won't go over every one of these as we'll go into detail more. And at the end, if there's any questions, I'll obviously take them. So current personnel, we have a total of 37 officers, 20 civilian staff, 11 volunteers, and 1 chaplain. We do have 3 currently in the academy. As of right now, they are all doing quite well. Several of them are actually squad leaders, so they're actually looking pretty good. We have 2 in backgrounds. We just referred another to backgrounds today. One of the things we are working on is a recruitment team that can go out and reach out to all the ongoing academies, reach out to military people coming back, getting out, reaching out to the colleges and getting into the high schools where we can get people early and try to get them interested in being in the police department. So that's where we're at. We currently have 9 vacancies still, and I know this is something that comes up constantly, but recruiting isn't easy in law enforcement right now, but it's something we're working on. This is just a chart of the average officers per 1,000 residents. Obviously, you can see where we're at compared to some of the other cities in the county. Visit calls for service as compared to other cities in the county also. As you can see, we're the top. We're busy. We're extremely busy city. We do have those vacancies. We're trying to get those on, and I think when we get them on, it'll help with this. But this is a great indicator of where we're at. So I think you'll see here, this might be something that, in my opinion, COVID affected this. You can kind of see over the last 2 years, those have went down. You didn't have as many people out. The department was affected heavily by COVID and staffing losses throughout that time. So I believe that's the reason you're going to see some of the decreases in the arrests that have occurred. Those numbers, we already see those numbers are already coming up this year. So the 3 top categories for our arrests are DUIs, warrants, and narcotics. And you're kind of going to see the same thing with citations. During COVID, they went down. And again, I think that's just a direct impact of there were less people out, one, but also the impact of staffing on the department throughout COVID. Again, those numbers, we also see those numbers coming up as of this year already. So this is just a quick rundown of the traffic collisions. Again, I think 2020 was a result of just people weren't traveling. They weren't out. That's a huge indicator of what happened. And I think 2021 was also an indicator of everyone wanting to get out, more people traveling, more people coming, more people on the streets. We just recently added a second motor that will be out there enforcing a lot of the, traffic codes that are going on. So I'm hoping that we're going to see a difference and maybe a downtick in that number over this next year. Again, the same trend as we're seeing with everything else. COVID kind of had a peak of where, people were home, not really going out, things like that. And obviously 2021, people started getting out. Those numbers are picking back up. Here's a breakdown of those crimes. And again, this is just the overview of all of those again. We had 30,368 citizen-initiated calls for service, over 12,000 officer-initiated calls, 69 violent crimes, 565 property crimes, the traffic stops, the citations. Obviously, we have 5,784 traffic stops. We give a lot of warnings. It's not our goal to go out there and just, punish everyone. Some of those are educational. If we have a problem area, we go out there and we try to stop people and let them know that there's an issue in the area, and we try to give warnings as we can. But obviously there are times where a citation is warranted. So short and sweet. I apologize. It might not be more detailed. I hope that at least gives you an overview of what was occurring in 2021. If you have any questions.
Good graphic report. Thank you for that. Will this be available on the city's website? So everyone...
Yes, sir, it will.
Excellent. Council questions? Mr. Gregory?
Yeah. Damian, thank you for that presentation. So are you encouraged by your people signing up and transferring? Are we getting closer to filling our positions?
No, sir. I wish I could say yes. I'll be honest, one of the big things I'd like to work on is providing some incentives for we have a lot of cops that live in Paso Robles that don't work in Paso Robles. The number is actually staggering to me I believe it's around 50 officers that live here that do not work in Paso Robles. So what can we do to get those people to come here, and work where they live, because those are the people we're going to keep. Those are the people who are going to stay here. They're not going to leave. They're not going to go somewhere else. But, how do we get those people to come here? So again, my team is working on, along with the city manager, working on some things maybe we can work on to try to get those people to come in. We're going and we're recruiting in neighboring counties and neighboring things. But again, it's so hard to bring people here and then have them adjust to that cost of living and some other things. So it's just, if we can get our residents, our citizens, our public, they're invested, they care, they know the city. That's what we want to do, and that's the goal. So we're working on a plan to try to do that.
Thank you.
Mr. Hammond.
Damon, I think you need to get your coaching license. It's open season, but yeah, I agree. Obviously, they live here because they want to see safe. The other thing I had a question of was, how many do we have? In other words, with the price of fuel and everything, and those motor officers will get around here. We have more motor officers.
We have two, and we just filled that second spot. So we just had our second motor that just went to training, just passed the training, and they are now actively acting as a motor officer. So we now currently have two, and that literally occurred within the last 2 weeks.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes, Chief, I have a question. How many community officers do we have? I've started to see a little bit more activity, which is great. And I just wondered if I'm just seeing them because they're around certain areas, or if we've actually added on since we're low on police officers.
So we have 4 full-time and 2 part-time.
Okay. Is there any way of getting more community officers until we get more police officers?
The answer is, I don't know, because we are struggling to hire even civilian staff at this time. We haven't even filled the parking positions, and that's a part-time position, and we've interviewed for a year. So it's everywhere. It's not just here. It's a struggle everywhere to hire right now. So I would love to say yes, that would be a great option, and I think it is something that maybe we can talk about and look at doing. I just can't promise you that we're going to have success hiring anyone at this point. It's just hard.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Anyone in the public like to ask a question? Yes, sir. If you'd like to ask a question, please come to the microphone, please. We are being broadcast and people want to hear you. If you'd like to speak, please line up over here. And we have speaker identification cards in the back. And if we give you 3 minutes, please give us your name so we know who's speaking.
My name is Frank Cano, and I noticed when you had the citation numbers up, it seemed like the numbers went down, as you pointed out, during the pandemic and stuff like that. But I did notice the misdemeanors and the overall number went down while the felonies actually increased during 2020 and 2021. Why might that have been?
We'll get an answer for that. Thank you. Someone else wish to speak? Yes, sir. Welcome.
I'm Jim Votnakas, 72 Navajo Avenue. As you guys know, I sit on the Supplemental Sales Tax Committee to hire more police and fire. I do have some questions that I kind of know, but maybe the public, and it's questions to the police chief. And not to put you on the spot, but right now, I'd like to know what the response time is from police when they get a call. I think it was 4 minutes at 1.4 seconds. And how many police are on patrol on weekends or weeknights? And also, have you considered going maybe electric with your police vehicles? If they can go as fast as a Tesla can go, man, they can track down some people on that. So you might want to think of that. Maybe you have already. And then if you are taking ideas for incentives for police to live in this city, maybe we can help them get here by cheaper housing for them or subsidizing the housing for them, but maybe a committee can do that later. And I know some good real estate agents that have sold my house before, Mr. Lewis, and we can get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone online who would like to speak?
Yes, sir. We have Miss Jan Albin.
Welcome, Jan.
Thank you. Hi, good evening. Thank you. Hello, Chief, and welcome to our city. Recently, you addressed the Chamber of Commerce at their Wake Up Paso event to outline important initiatives and programs relative to the community. The citizens of this town would like to have you speak to them in some sort of a town hall meeting to do the same. We'd like to meet you. We'd like to know what your plans are and what your vision is for the city. So I'm asking you tonight if you can make something like that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else online? Thank you very much. We're going to bring it back and try to get these questions answered. First off, the question about the rate of felonies and how they fluctuated.
You know, the felonies, I don't want to sit up here and guesstimate why they went up. And, you know, I apologize. I don't have a 2-year historical knowledge from myself coming in. I've only been here 2.5 months. But I don't know the answer to that. I don't know why they went up. I don't know.
Perhaps once you have an opportunity to investigate that, you could have a meeting with the gentleman and fill in.
Absolutely.
Okay. Make sure you leave your name so we can get a hold of you, sir. And then a question on the response time for police calls.
Response time, so that I have a couple answers for that. We're actually in the process of upgrading our 911 system, our CAD system. There are, I don't want to say there's issues with calculating those times, but I don't believe they're as accurate as they could be based on the kind of end of life, and that's a project that is occurring right now. The ones we pulled for this year were approximately 7 minutes and 42 seconds for response time. So they're a little higher than they were. So that's where we're at. But again, I don't want to rest my hat on those numbers because there are a couple things that I have found when going through them that I believe push them up a little bit. Mm-hmm. I think they should be a little lower, but again, that's a project that is being worked on, and we'll be able to have more accurate numbers next year.
Does the police department have a target for response times?
Right now, the target is just decrease the response times. You know, obviously we would like to be on standard with the average, but our goal is obviously every year to decrease that time. That way it's measurable for us, you know, so we can bring those down and the public and the board can see that we are actually getting to the calls faster.
And with the upgrade of the system, how long do you think it'll take to get a more accurate idea of what the response time is?
So we just signed the contract with them. We just got a project manager assigned to us, and they're actually saying it should take anywhere from 4 to 6 months for that to be done. And then once that starts occurring, we'll be able to, you know, it'll be more clear. And we're actually changing some things right now within that system that will give us a little more accurate. So again, I should be able to update that within the next 6 months, 6 to 8 months.
Excellent. And then a question about the number on patrol, I believe was specific to the weekend, if I'm not.
Sir, I'll be honest, I'd rather not answer a question that talks about our staffing and how many people we have on patrol. I believe that's a detriment to everybody to tell people how many people we have on at any one time.
Okay.
So I would rather not answer that, but I can speak to the person.
I was going to say, again, perhaps a face-to-face would be good on that. This is probably a little premature for you, but perhaps the city manager, who is a former police chief, could weigh in on this, and that's the utilization of electric vehicles on the police force.
That's a great question.
We're looking at each other here.
The one thing I will say with that is we're always reviewing options, and that is something that we also work with Fleet, you know, another city agency on. I came from a place where we started using hybrids. I think those were a good alternative, a good mixture between the two. I don't know that the full electric cars are something that, as far as law enforcement rated, have been, you know, fully tested or anything like that. So, but again, that is something we are exploring. and it's something that we look at with the fleet department.
Thank you. And then something the city manager can comment on in general terms is the issue of incentives to recruit police officers.
You bet. So going back to the EV question on electric vehicles, I think that there's a bunch of research that's currently underway with that. It's relatively new to police work. There are several pilot programs across the nation that have come with mixed results. Some really enjoy them, some not so much. So I think that that's a work in progress as we look at it, but I don't think that the city is opposed to, at some point running some sort of pilot program. I can tell you that initial upfront costs, the vehicles are more expensive to purchase out of the gate, but typically you recover those through lack of maintenance. You don't need as many brakes. You don't have air filters, oil changes, or gas with those, but you do have some range limitations and some other things. So EVs are a work in progress. The second part of that was, yes, the city is working on a plan for recruitment and retention incentives. So we'll hopefully have something back before council in the very near future that outlines some recruitment ideas to, as the chief pointed out, we do have a high number of police officers that live in the community that work for other jurisdictions. So targeting lateral police officers will be a focus of the city to bring us some much needed experience and information to really augment the young department that we currently have.
Very good. And finally, the request to do a presentation to citizens. I think we've had this conversation here several years ago. We had a series called Paso Talks, Paso Speaks.
Paso Talks.
And the department heads had the opportunity to, in a public setting, present information about the community. Are you making plans to do a similar presentation?
No, absolutely. And I'll apologize. Just first off, I'll apologize to everybody. I'm, again, it may seem like a long time, 2.5 months, but it's not. I've been busy, trying to learn, trying to gain the historical knowledge. So I apologize to the public for not getting out and doing something like that, but I am 100% working on it, and that will be something that comes up.
Thank you. We had another question, Councilman Hammond.
Yeah, I was going to mention too, David, I know you're coming to Rotary Thursday. You're out there in the public, getting the talk going too. But what I was going to mention is that maybe to the public advocation, we still, just like fire, we have mutual aid agreements with CHP, sheriff, SWAT teams. I mean, there's a lot of, when you push the button, there's a lot of people that can come to assist Paso Robles if we ever need it.
Yes, sir. 100%.
Yeah. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir, for that report. We appreciate it. Next up, item number 6 is the Caltrans quarterly report and transportation update. Mr. Curry, the president of Curry Consulting. Good evening.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Warren Fraser. I'm going to kick the presentation off. This will be a joint presentation between myself and Mr. Corey. So we'll get this slide up here real quick. So I think we're going to start with just kind of an overview of transportation issues in the city. On the screen is the circulation element, which is part of the general plan. So this is our circulation plan for the next 30 years, basically. This gets us to 2045. And what that does is shows the networks of roads, bridges, and intersection improvements that we're going to need to accommodate the build out of the general plan. So we're planning to be a town of 44,000 people by 2045. So there's a series of bridges and roads that we're going to need. Really the highest priority area and our biggest challenge is the 46 East Corridor. That's the area that links the north side of town up to the airport. There's this series of roads that are referred to as the parallel route that would run parallel to 46 along Dry Creek, and then a new alignment of Airport Road, and then bring traffic down to Golden Hill and eventually an overcrossing here at 46 and Union Road. Purpose of that is to get our local traffic off of 46. So as we grow in the airport with new job generating uses, that sort of thing, those don't conflict with the regional traffic that will be moving through the area. So we do have a large development project that is moving forward at the former boys' school site. It's known as the Landing Project. It'll be almost 2 million square feet of industrial and office type spaces. We're in the process of getting ready to issue the EIR on that project. And what that project environmental review process has revealed is that we're going to need this new parallel airport road sooner rather than later. So that's what we're working on right now with the applicant, is a plan to realign airport road to this new alignment. Here's the existing airport road right here. That's going to require a new bridge across Wero Creek here, but that will then allow the airport traffic, including the landing project, to get down to the signal at Golden Hill, which will be very useful for truck traffic. Eventually, though, to build out really what's envisioned at the landing as well as what's envisioned around the airport area, we're going to need a bridge across 46 at Union Road. This is a fairly major facility, and that's what Gus is here really to talk to us about tonight. But just some background. So 46 East is the main connector between US 101 and 5. It's really the only connection between Hollister and Santa Clarita in terms of where you can get back and forth. Anytime 5 or 101 closes, all the traffic, especially the heavy freight traffic, has to go along this route. So this has been identified as what's called a priority trade corridor. It's very vital to national trade and truck traffic. So for the last 30 years, both San Luis Obispo County and Kern County have been collaborating on improving 46 East. There's been an investment of over $700 million, changing that from basically the old 2-lane highway into the 4-lane expressway. They're not done yet. They've got to get through the Y at 41 over Antelope Grade. When that's done, we will have a connected expressway. The one issue that remains, though, is Airport Road. So Airport Road, we need that overcrossing. We're referring to that as basically the Golden Spike project on 46. That'll complete that entire expressway route. So that's a priority, and we are really committed right now as a community to find the funding for that project. That's a $50 million bridge project. Once we have that in place, we have pretty much unlimited ability to build out at the airport and then complete the general plan. So with that, I'll turn it over to Gus, and he can kind of let us know kind of what the overall approach is going to be to try to find that $50 million in funding.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members and members of the public. Gus Corey, legislative advocate for the city. As Mr. Frace mentioned, talking about the significance of the route, just to step back, I'd like to give you a little bit of context as to what's going on in Sacramento, a little bit more about the context, significance of State Route 46, what we're doing about it, and then what our sense of timing is on trying to address the issue. So the state, after having a $53 billion deficit in fiscal year 2021, had a $76 billion surplus in fiscal year 21-22, and has a projected $47 billion surplus for this fiscal year. We will receive about $25 billion in federal aid funding for state highways in the state over the next 5 years. And there could be some additional surplus funds that the governor will unveil during the release of the May revision, which happens around May 13th. And so, as Mr. Frace pointed out, some of the attributes of the route, we had originally, the council's dedication has been to improve safety along the State Route 46 corridor, eliminate some of these collisions, some of the left-hand turns that have been very dangerous. So we've been collaborating very closely with the Department of Transportation. But the route is more than just an arterial that runs through the city limits. It is, as Mr. Frace mentioned, one of the few east-west connectors. In fact, it's the only east-west connector within a 274-mile radius. When I-5 shuts down, as it does every single season, the 101 basically becomes your only north-south connector in the state. And that's a little scary considering that California has the 5th largest economy in the world. And so truck traffic is getting rerouted on a more consistent basis given the prevalence of fires and mudslides that have been occurring along the coast. And the military uses Highway 46 as well in order to conduct their operations. And I think everyone has kind of felt the pinch under COVID with the reverberation in the supply chain demand. So there's quite a bit of discussion about having an inland port in the Central Valley. The valley grows about 25% of all produce that's grown in the whole entire country. So the ports are paying particular attention. The Port of Los Angeles and Long Beach are responsible for moving 40% of all goods in the country. Port of Oakland, 10%. So that's 50% of every item that folks have in their household basically comes from the state of California. So this isn't just a city of Paso Robles problem. It's something that warrants federal, state, and regional collaboration. And thankfully, the SLOCOG board has some skin in the game. The Department of Transportation, as you see with the figures up there, we're trying to maximize those previous investments and allow the community to have safe passage through the corridor, free up capacity for trade, produce that's moving through the Salinas Valley to other parts of the state and the country. So what are we doing about it? Well, we've been in very close contact working with the Public Works Department, the city manager, Caltrans District 5, SLOCOG, and working with our legislative delegation. So Senator Laird's office has been heavily engaged, as has Assemblymember Jordan Cunningham's office as well. And so our hope is that working with other key stakeholders that benefit from the route is that in the conversation about how to apportion out the funding from the state budget surplus, that we'll be able to parlay some of those resources to come here to the city to complete these investments. And so what we're hoping is that the legislature is required by June 15th to get a budget to the governor. The legislature adjourns on August 31st, and so we should know within the next few months if we're going to be successful in achieving our goal of enhancing safety and managing mobility and throughput along this very important corridor. So I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. Mayor, that you or the council may have.
Thank you. Council questions? No? Thank you very much. Anyone in the public would like to ask a question? This is your opportunity. Welcome.
Dale Gustin, 945 Spring Street. My question is, how is Airport Road going down on a bypass and on a bridge going to handle all the increase that's proposed at the airport and the boys' school?
Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing no one come forward, do we have anyone online?
No, sir, we do not.
Very good. So let's bring it back to council. And Warren, would you like to answer the volume capacity question there?
So this circulation element, just looking at the big picture again, this whole network of roads has been designed to accommodate that full build out, which is the additional 4,000 houses, over 4 million square feet of commercial and industrial development. So we've hired a traffic engineer. That's always part of the traffic element process. So Joe Fernandez of Central Coast Transportation Consultants has been working with the city for over 10 years on the circulation element. So he's come up with the plan, the sizing of all the roads, the intersections, the roundabouts, to accommodate that build-out growth. The key thing on Airport Road really is the overcrossing. So once you have the bridge, you basically have uninterrupted flow back and forth. So a two-lane road without any stops with a signal has a tremendous capacity for accommodating a lot of traffic flow. And really, that's the key to the east side of town, is this Airport Road connection with the overcrossing. Then it goes all the way down to Creston Road. And that is really the key to serving all the residential and industrial growth that's planned in the city.
Thank you. And Mr. Curry, if I might, you mentioned sort of briefly in passing the importance of this infrastructure to the military. We have Fort Hunter Liggett to the north, Camp Roberts, we have Camp San Luis Obispo. And I know in my conversations with them recently, they are intensely interested in making sure that they have access to this highway and to the Paso Robles Airport in times of national emergency. So I think not only does this represent a regional opportunity for all those other entities, it represents a significant opportunity to enhance national security.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. And we will coordinate with them as well in this effort.
Mr. Hammond.
Gus, I was just going to say, tell Sacramento to write a check. We're good for it. Okay, we'll pay it back sometime. Get it coming.
That's from Mr. Hammond. Yeah. Word is his bond. So. Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next up, we have general public comments. This is the time that the public may address the council on items within the council's purview, but not scheduled on the agenda. If you would please begin by stating your name and address. Each person is allocated to 3 minutes. Any person or subject requiring more than 3 minutes may be scheduled for a future council meeting or referred to staff or committee. Those persons wishing to speak on any item scheduled on the agenda will be given the opportunity to do so. So this is general public comment. If you're here for a specific agenda item, there'll be a separate time to comment on that. So are there any general public comments in the room this evening? Yes, sir.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is, God, I'm in jail, Chief. Here. My name is Joe Kuntz. I'm a guest. I live in the county, but have a Paso Robles zip code. Just want to inform the council of some good news. September of 2022, we are bringing the Porsche 356 West Coast Holiday to Paso Robles. Approximately 300 cars, 500 people will be populating our streets, although I am sure none of them will be speeding. So
and that's his words.
So happy thought.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Are there any other comments from the room? Is there anyone online who would like to speak?
No, sir, there is not.
Thank you. We're going to close general public comment. I'll ask the city manager now if we have any agenda items to be deferred this evening.
We do not, sir.
Thank you. We move now to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are considered routine, not requiring separate discussion. However, if discussion is wanted by a member of the council or the public, that item may be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. Council members and members of the public may offer comments or ask brief questions of clarification without removing an item from the calendar. Individual items are approved by the vote that approves the entire consent calendar unless an item is pulled for separate consideration. If that happens, we generally consider the pulled item at the end of the agenda. So that being said, are there any questions from council or items to be removed? Mr. Hammond.
A question, Mr. Mayor, on 11, maybe Jonathan or someone can answer. What is our closing date for weed abatement this year? Because it looks like it's drying up sooner. Do we have an idea when the closing date is?
I'll have to go back and see exactly what that date is, but we have not moved up the closing date just because it's in city policy of what that date is already. So
yeah, usually it's in June, but I thought maybe.
We'll just ask that everyone please take precautions and take the necessary mitigation prior to. We're already seeing the grasses cure out there and the fires are already starting. So.
Right. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Other council questions or comment? I do have a question, Detus, real quickly on item number 13. That's the big ticket item for the roundabout. If I read the report correctly, we got a very favorable bid on that. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Item 13, the roundabout, we got a very favorable bid on that. Is that correct? Yes. So
Yes,
we had
did.
originally expected what, somewhere over $4 million in costs, and it's about what?
The engineer's estimate was 4.54 million, and the low bid, apparent low bidder is 3.9 million.
Excellent. Thank you. Good news. Appreciate it. Okay, again, this is your opportunity. If anybody would like to speak to any item on the consent calendar, seeing no one rise to the occasion. And I'm sorry, did I have a council question over here? Yes, to the microphone, please. Thank you. I didn't mean to overlook you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Lori Swanson, and I'm not familiar really with all the protocol, but I don't feel comfortable giving my full address. It's just, okay, 93446. Thank you so much. It's just about the downtown parking. I realize that it's not the most important thing going on tonight, and I don't have anything real polished. But what I want to say is, I think it's really important that representatives represent all the citizens. And the businesses and the parking is all important, but
Mr. Mayor, this is an item on the agenda.
I know, I'm just.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, my husband
I
pushed
thought
me
maybe
and
she had
said
a question about the process. If it's a comment, that is on the agenda, so it'll be a little bit later.
Yeah, okay, I'm
Okay.
sorry. Yeah.
Yes. Come on, man. Yeah, there will be an opportunity. There will be an opportunity to speak on that item, and I was trying to give the greatest latitude possible in case you had a question about the process. So. Okay, very good. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Hi, Patty Smith, 2486. I live in the city limits. I did have a totally off of all of this, and it's not on the agenda. It's basically for July 4th for the fireworks. I don't know if we need to have more police out or the firefighters out, but I think they should be patrolling the areas. And I don't know if they do that. I've never seen them in my area. But being from a firefighter family, I know this past year we had a lot of issues with fireworks in our neighborhood, and we're still continuing to have that problem. We've had the police out there a couple of times in the last couple of weeks. So I just think that we need to have more of a public view of the police and fire out there, making sure there are no fireworks being set off in our city limits.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any other comments from the room? Anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll close the comment. And Chief, if you'd like to come forward and talk to us about the 4th of July process, please.
So Ms. Berman back here, she's in charge of the 4th of July event, but let me just address as far as the fire side. So we do have an extra fire engine on duty that night, as well as an additional battalion chief and an additional paramedic unit that will be out at Barney Schwartz. We'll also have our fire marshal, the drone up, and our fire prevention staff patrolling the community at the same time that night.
Thank you very much. Councilman Gregory, did you have something else?
Just ready to make a motion when you are.
Ready for a motion when you are.
Okay, so I'd like to approve on the consent agendas, items 7 through 13.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, seconded by Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes.
Good guess. Okay, if there's no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Councilman Gregory.
Aye.
Councilwoman Garcia.
Aye.
Councilman Hammond.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. And for those of you who are listening in who have not availed yourself of the staff reports that are available on the Paso Robles City website, prcity.com, you get to see the same secret sauce that we do. I'll ask the city manager to give us a brief report on the consent calendar items we've passed tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As mentioned, there are a few items here on the consent calendar. Some of them we've talked about briefly. The first item is approval of the City Council meeting minutes from February 26th and March 1st. Receipt of our warrant register, receipt of our advisory body minutes, specifically the library board from 210. Reaffirmation of resolution 21-147, approving remote hybrid remote in-person public meetings citywide pursuant to Assembly Bill 361. Approval of award of contract for open space weed abatement to sustainable mitigation. Item number 12, approval of a new event in City Park, the Juneteenth celebration. And the last item, is approval of award of contracts for the Golden Hill and Union Road intersection improvements and authorize PG&E to install street lighting.
Very good. Thank you, sir. We have no official public hearing items tonight. Item number 14 is a discussion item. It's a funding request from El Camino Homeless Organization. Julie Dolan.
Thank you, Mayor Martin and council members. I'm going to look for the clicker. I am Julie Dolan, Community Services Director for the City of Paso Robles. This evening, I will present a request for funding from the El Camino Homeless Organization in support of its Paso Robles operations at the former Motel 6 on Black Oak Drive. On February 16th, 2022, the City of Paso Robles received a request from ECHO CEO Wendy Lewis for a one-time grant of $444,000 to cover the ECHO Paso Robles staffing costs that are not paid for by other funders for fiscal year 22-23. A point of clarification is necessary here. As included in attachment number 2, Ms. Lewis's written request to the city specified a need for $444,000 for fiscal year 22-23, a one-time request. Attachment number 3 to your staff report is an ECHO flyer indicating ECHO's intention to ask for annual city funding of $444,000. That, however, was not the written request received by the city. So tonight, City Council is asked to consider a one-time grant.
Ms. Lewis estimates a total budget of $900,000 to operate the Echo Paso Robles shelter through June 2023, with staffing costs representing about 2/3 of the budget. Additional sources of funding for the year include an array of housing grants, community development block grants, federal CARES Act funds, and local community donations. Council will recall that the city had originally intended to construct its own emergency warming center prior to the pandemic. We received nearly $1 million in Homeless Emergency Aid Program, or HEAP, grant funds for this purpose, as well as over $500,000 for ECHO as a sub-recipient to utilize for its Atascadero site. As the pandemic took an economic toll and the estimated cost of the Paso Robles project more than doubled, the city prepared to abandon plans to build a shelter. Concurrently, in fall of 2020, the Housing Authority of San Luis Obispo, People's Self-Help Housing, and ECHO successfully applied for $15 million in Project Home Key grant funds to establish both emergency and low-cost housing in Paso Robles. In October 2020, the city finalized its decision to terminate its own emergency shelter project, reallocating its entire $1 million portion of the HEAP grant to Haslo in support of its plan to purchase and repurpose Motel 6. In November 2020, the purchase was completed, and ECHO quickly offered emergency beds by December of that year. The reallocation of the city's HEAP grant was contingent on a variety of stipulations for operations at the Black Oak site. Per a city council approved MOU, ECHO agreed to achieve the following, as you see on the screen. And I recently consulted, actually several times, with Wendy Lewis for progress reports. Although Ms. Lewis acknowledges that accurate statistics have been challenging to track, here are her best estimates. For providing up to 50 temporary shelter units, Ms. Lewis reports that this has been achieved and exceeded utilizing CARES Act funding. Approximately 25 emergency beds and 25 90-day program beds were made available during the height of the pandemic, and it is estimated that 85% of the clients are Paso Robles residents. For providing prompt emergency shelter, especially for Salinas riverbed clients, again, the report is that this has been achieved and exceeded. 50% occupancy for the entire facility in the first 90 days of operation, and 100% occupancy of the ECHO portion within 6 weeks of opening. And it is estimated that 40% of Paso Robles clients are from the Salinas riverbed. As for developing an MOU with Paso Cares, another local nonprofit addressing the needs of the unhoused, a 1-year MOU was developed with Paso Cares for November 2020 through October 2021. During that time, the Paso Cares Board disbanded and a new Paso Cares organization has been formed. ECHO will need to establish a revised MOU. Initiate daytime programming. While there is not a full-day program at the site for emergency clients, ECHO provides some volunteer opportunities. Clients participating in the 90-day program may receive 24-hour services and remain on site during the day. Monitor all calls for service. ECHO staff monitors emergency calls on behalf of the homeless shelter. An incident report is completed for each call. I consulted with our own staff and found that city emergency services statistics for 2021 indicate an average of 7 calls per month combined for ECHO and Haslo programming on the site. Our Paso Robles Police Department logged an average of 19 calls per month at the facility for 2021. Perform community outreach. Ms. Lewis reported that ECHO staff regularly seeks opportunities for community outreach and engagement. Ms. Lewis, as well as the operations manager, the shelter manager, and the ECHO volunteer coordinator, have made contact with the Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce, Travel Paso, service clubs, churches, and schools. Staff also engages with neighboring businesses to hear and to respond to concerns. A neighborhood cleanup team was established recently to address some issues raised in the neighborhood. Another stipulation was to enter a lease with Haslo for temporary housing, and of course that has happened, and to give local preference for occupancy of the temporary units. Ms. Lewis reports that there is a system in place for people who are applying to the Haslo units that prioritize people living or working in Paso Robles, but not for the ECHO emergency housing. Finally, a major stipulation was that the group demonstrate 5 years of financial self-sufficiency before the city would consider any additional funding. This stipulation has not been achieved. Again, programming began in December of 2020, and the request is for fiscal year 22-23, so the funding is being requested before that 5-year period of self-sufficiency. In addition to the stipulations that I just reviewed, ECHO has added additional services to the site, and you can see them on the screen here. An outreach case manager was hired to really get out into the Paso Robles community and encourage people to take advantage of the many services available at ECHO Paso Robles. A shower program, medical screening, and so forth, as you see on the screen, is currently offered at the site. Although ECHO Paso Robles has not achieved financial self-sufficiency for 5 years, as stipulated by City Council, it has made good progress on several other stipulations and has added other services beyond what was articulated in the MOU. So options for City Council this evening are, of course, to take no action, to form an ad hoc committee comprised of 2 City Council members and key community stakeholders and facilitated by city staff to review, possibly amend the existing MOU between ECHO and the city. Option number 3 would be to just approve the request by ECHO for a one-time city grant of $444,000 to fill a funding gap for fiscal year 22-23. I think I have the wrong year up there, my apologies. And finally, to provide alternative direction to staff. The fiscal impact of these options, of course, there are no costs associated with forming an ad hoc committee, but granting ECHO's request for funding poses a potential impact on the general fund reserves of up to $444,000 for fiscal year 22-23, pending council's decision. Considering the significant financial impact of ECHO's request and City Council's stipulation for a 5-year period of financial self-sufficiency, staff recommends the establishment of an ad hoc committee to review and amend the existing MOU between ECHO and the city. The committee may include 2 council members and key community stakeholders as appointed by council. City staff would facilitate as the ad hoc committee addresses current programming at ECHO Paso Robles, considers options for improved service, and the need, and this is a significant one, for regular, comprehensive statistical reporting of service at the site. Once complete, the ad hoc committee should return to City Council with a report of findings and recommendations to possibly amend the existing MOU and whether to provide funding of up to $444,000. ECHO CEO Wendy Lewis is present this evening to answer any additional questions you may have about ECHO's programs and budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Wendy, do you want to give us a little information before we get into questions here? Would you like to say something? Sure.
I'd like to thank the city manager and staff for the hard work they put into the report and getting ready for tonight. Also like to thank the council for being open to us bringing this proposal short of the 5-year commitment. There was significant increases in cost associated with the pandemic, especially for hiring staff and retaining staff. Much like the chief mentioned, the hiring market is very troubling right now, and to retain quality staff to maintain the operations that the community needs there for safety, for the right programming, that's a really critical piece. We also had some undiscoverables that were we did some projections, for instance, on the amount of people we would serve. We used the 2019 point in time count, which had 224 people counted in the city of Paso Robles as unhoused. When we opened this shelter and started serving the community, we actually served 600 unduplicated men, women, and children. So almost 3 times that point in time count. As Ms. Nolan mentioned, 85% tracked from Paso Robles. So increase in staffing costs, the increase of need for service, increase of overall utility costs, things generated from the pandemic that we are now facing, and looking to the city to support and maintain critical services to the community and the people that are needing them within Paso Robles.
Thank you. So as always, what we'll do as council is we ask questions of staff and possibly of Wendy, just so we can get clarification for the questions we may have in our minds. We'll reserve any, hey, I think we ought to do this, until we hear from the public, because the public is a vital part of this input process. So thank you very much for responding, Wendy. Appreciate that. Thank you, Julie. Do we have council questions at this point? Councilwoman Garcia?
So I just have a couple questions on the additional services. What is the percentage of people that are using the additional services?
So they're available to anybody who comes to seek services. So we have people that stay in our emergency shelter that have the shelter opportunity. Then we have people who come for an evening meal, showers, and all those other services. They're accessible by anybody and encouraged for anybody to participate, because we see that as one big step into getting back into housing. So 60% partake in some one of those categories, but we're always encouraging, especially because that's the key in order to get someone into our program and make that forward progress.
I just have another question, Ms. Lewis. It said a caseworker, so currently you only have one caseworker?
No, we actually have 3 caseworkers. So we have, and caseworkers, case management is the ultimate key in order to get people into housing. They're the ones that work with each individual to tailor a case plan. We have one at Paso Robles that focuses specifically on our folks that are in the 90-day program. We have one that specifically supports the emergency shelter guests. And then we also have, which was an additional one we added through some of the CARES Act funding, going above and beyond, was that outreach worker. And that outreach case manager is critical in order to provide services throughout Paso Robles. Physical Paso Robles Echo, we can serve people who come to us, but we know that there's many unhoused that aren't getting over to us. So that person goes throughout Paso Robles, meets people where they're at, has those conversations about these are resources available, gets them that first step into the door. It might be just a meal, but that meal might be what changes their whole path forward.
Another question. So talked about how many beds you have, but how many beds are actually being used every day? Is like someone in that bed every night?
So we have 50 beds available in our portion of the project. Since probably 8 weeks in, we've been full every night. We're turning away a good handful, probably 15, 20 people each night that are still seeking services. So we are 100% full, and shelter beds are the key to getting people back into housing.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Councilman Gregory?
Yeah, Wendy, thank you for being here tonight to answer all these good questions. So when we entered into this agreement with you at the Motel 6 project, it seems like you're doing an awful lot more than what we originally intended. Can you just tell us what the original intent was when we started?
Yeah, so our original commitment to the state was those 50 beds with some services, and we were able to work diligently to get funding through some of the CARES Act that came into the community. So the original portion that supported our budget was the home key budget from the state. That budget sunsets in June and August of this year. So we were able to find additional CARES Act money to add all those vital services that make the big difference to provide to the community. Ms. Dolan did a great job, but you saw the list, and those are the key in getting people back into housing. If somebody is facing mental health, if without services for mental health support, forward change can't happen. If they need drug and alcohol support, if we're not providing that or working with partners to provide that, those positive changes can't happen.
And then I just had a percentage question for you. So the percentage of your customers or clients are 85% from Paso Robles?
Yeah, and we actually recently did another polling of our guests, we call them, and we actually found it's closer to 90% on the snapshot a few nights ago. So it just depends on what night, but it's averaging between that 80 and that 90.
And then what about the clients that are coming from the river areas? It's 40%?
Yeah.
And is that still true today?
It's that treated about the same as that 40%. And that face changes. It's not the same person coming. That's that 40%. It's different people that we're engaging with and we're reaching out to as well. One additional comment on people from Paso Robles. We're finding that many are people who've been here for years and years and years, been in the riverbed for 20 years, and we were able to get them successfully housed.
Well, thank you very much, Wendy.
Councilman Hammond?
Yeah, thank you, Wendy, for coming tonight. First question that comes in my mind, what is your current budget, 21, 22, roughly, for this facility?
Can you repeat that, Mr. Hammond?
The current budget that you're using right now for this facility,
it's about 900,000.
900. And so the ask is basically for next year and essentially half of that. Mm-hmm. And with the services that you're, I guess, providing and that you want to provide and that you're doing more than actually what was set up to do. Was there a thought, though, to live within your means? In other words, if we don't have the funds, maybe scale things differently, is there a thought that way?
Yeah, that's the reality of being a nonprofit and operating under budgets. I mean, the city knows well what those budgets look like. When you have an ability to scale up and have that funding, you take that opportunity to do more. But when you look at if you need to scale back based off of the funds you have available, you would have to look at those questions, yes.
Mm-hmm. And do you see anything on the horizon from the state level? Because I think truly this is a state level issue and they should be supporting all the counties in the state. But do you see anything after June or July that's going to happen or that they're talking about funding again?
Yeah, we follow all of the state funding pretty closely, as well as county funding, federal funding. And a lot of what is in the recent announcements from the state look like they're to support new projects, which is they're trying to do more, but the sustaining funding seems to be what's lacking. We're working with our legislative leaders locally to push that we need opportunities for sustaining these wonderful projects that the original home key money opened. Again, $15 million very successful project, that combination of Echo Shelter and Haslo's supportive permanent housing, very unique, very needed in the community and doing a really great job.
No, I agree. I think you guys, that whole coalition that we put this together with a year or two ago was just fantastic. I think it's a great partnership for the city and also for the county too. So again, good work.
We have one of our partners here tonight, and I can't thank them enough. People's Self-Help Housing and Haslo, they were really the key in order to make this whole project come together.
Yeah, well done. Thank you.
So just a couple of questions. In addition to the request to the city, what other efforts is your organization making to raise funds? I mean, we know about grants and the government and how we are, but I'm sure that there are other sources of revenue that you're going after.
Yeah, so we have an ongoing development plan, and we work with many of the different pieces you just mentioned. We work with the county on federal and state funding coming through the Planning Department and the Department of Social Services. We are looking at building a network of donors within the community. We have many people stepping forward. So that would be a combination of local donors with a small gift to larger donors with significant ongoing annual gifts. So we look at all those different components. We do direct mail campaigns. We have a development plan that really is comprehensive to not just rely on one bucket. You want to really have different buckets to fill, so you're not just relying on one source.
Do you have targets for non-governmental funding? I mean, is that part of your plan? We want to raise X number of dollars from non-governmental sources.
Yes, because the government options change depending on what's out there. So growing that local donor base is one of our key points that we're trying to strive to achieve.
Is your local donor base, would you say 10%, 20%, 50% of your budget? Or
probably about 30%.
30%. Okay. I know that, there's been a lot of discussion down on that corner over the last few months regarding some of the negative impacts that occur because of the homeless. And we've had this conversation. I'm wondering if in your next year's operating strategy, if any of your resources will be dedicated to helping mitigate those impacts on local businesses down there.
Yeah, we are always welcoming the opportunity to work with our local businesses and recognize that there are concerns that we need to partner with, working also with the police department and fire, looking at ways to improve that area, implementing things like neighborhood cleanup. So we have staff, volunteers, and clients that now go out a few times a week and actually go throughout that corridor and not only pick up trash that might have been left by someone we're serving, but just any trash that they're finding in that community. We have our staff go out and have conversations and encourage people who might be staying in the area and really try to find solutions to what they're dealing with and where they can go.
Mm-hmm. I know from my experience with ECHO and Atascadero that you have a very strong success rate in actually getting people out of homelessness. What kind of trend have you seen from the people that you've taken in Paso Robles?
Yeah, so in our first year, we had 50 individuals or families in Paso Robles specifically through that program successfully find permanent housing. And that ranged from people who were in a situational emergency, maybe someone fleeing domestic violence that was with us for a few weeks, to somebody that had been unhoused for 10 plus years, just different story, but working with our case management team and comprehensive housing searches, employment placement. If it's a senior and they're medically fragile, what kind of opportunity can we find from them? Every one of those 50 successes has a different story, and having those comprehensive services are key to getting everybody possibly housed.
Mm-hmm. And my last question, then I'll turn it back over to these folks. The request is substantial. So my question is this a crisis situation? Are you locking your doors tomorrow if you don't get this money?
Absolutely not. We are committed to the city of Paso Robles, but it would be back to that question of what budget we have and what are we able to provide, but absolutely committed to providing services to the city of Paso Robles because the need is so critical. And many of our board of directors are here, and they would say the same. We really are very proud to be up here serving in Paso Robles and want to continue many years to come.
Very good. Thank you. There was another question. Mr. Gregory?
Yeah, Wendy, by comparison, in Atascadero, what is your donation rate for your budget into Atascadero, and how long did it take to get there?
It's all one budget, so I can't break it down just on that ask, but we have been in an organization for over 20 years. We've been physically operating in a shelter in Atascadero for 10 plus years. So it took us years to build that donor base, build that community, 100% or almost 100% buy-in. It really is, if we look at the project in Paso, we're just in our infancy, and I think we're doing really great. We're toddling along really well. We just need to keep building on what we've started, the platform, and get to where we're at, similar to Atascadero in as few of a years as possible.
And then the reason for the ask also is that you need to plan for the future, is that correct? So you can staff, and it takes time to do that. Is that the reason why you're doing it right now?
Yeah, just like a city would plan their annual budget, that would be what we would planning with what you have. You are able to do more. If you have a reduced amount, you have to do a little bit less.
Thank you.
Councilman Hammond.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's just take a plug at your Empty Bowls program coming up here for fundraiser. I think that's a great opportunity, Wendy, and that's where the public can get it out and support Echo directly. You might want to say something about, I think it's in April, you said, it's coming up.
Yeah, so thank you. It's our Empty Bowls, it's an annual flagship event. It's on April 28th. It's in Atascadero Bible Church, and it is a wonderful event where you can come pick an artist-made bowl. You get wonderful donated soup, and it is the community coming together. Part of that development plan would be to, as in years coming forward, to have something like Empty Bowls in Paso Robles. So have one in Atascadero, that flagship, but then also expand our reach, have a different version in Paso to pull more people in and ultimately raise the money that we need to provide the services.
Thank you.
Any other council questions? Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarification for Wendy. Did you reference that your entire budget that you presented here tonight is for both locations? Or is that the fundraising portion?
Can you repeat that tag again? I'm sorry, Mr. Lewis.
The $900,000 budget that you mentioned, is that for both locations combined or just Paso Robles?
Paso Robles specific.
But the fundraising was just for, was combined total fundraising for both facilities? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have no more council questions. I'm going to open it to the public for comments. If you would like to come to the podium, this is your opportunity. Give us your name. We'll give you 3 minutes, and we welcome your input. Good evening.
Good evening, Dale Gustin, 945 Spring Street. My only concern is there's an awful lot of help wanted signs out there. How do we get these people to those jobs?
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
I feel like I'm on a spaceship. John Bashan, Templeton resident, 1st District Supervisor, San Luis Obispo County. I rise today to talk to you about this item. I do support this effort. As you know, the County of San Luis Obispo has been very, very supportive of ECHO and the City of Paso Robles and the effort here to be able to get this shelter up. We did approve some money a couple years ago to be able to purchase the facility and make it work. I think one of the things that I think people need to remember is in California, we spend about $12 billion on homelessness. There's 41 state programs and 9 different agencies. There's nobody in state government can tell me that those programs actually work. Some of them probably do, some of them probably do not. As you know, there's 41 different homeless programs in California. We have about 165,000 people that are homeless in the state of California. That works out roughly to about $75,000 per homeless person that we're spending with your tax dollars, the state government. This is actually a program closer to home. This is a program that works. This is a program that has put, I think it's the number is actually 54 individuals and families in permanent housing. We've now set up, and many of you know because you've seen them in the community, you've seen them in the city, and I see them in Templeton, San Miguel. They live along the riverbed, but we have definitely an addiction problem in a number of these young men that are living down in the riverbed. We also have a mental health issue. We have our very first detox program that the county has supported down at 40 Prado. We have a 10-bed detox facility that will be able to take some of these folks and be able to get them off of the drugs and the narcotics that they're on and help with the addiction and get them to be functioning and be able to make decisions. The second problem then I believe is mental health issues that affect the community in this community of homelessness. And we're dealing with people that I can't really tell you because I think a lot of times we don't know whether the mental health issues the mental illness came first and it's self-medication or the drugs develop the mental health issues, but be able to do that. So I'm continuing pushing for mental health court and a court program for drug court and veterans courts. And the veterans courts are very, very successful. The drug court is also very successful in getting people to beat their addiction and be able to get off the street. So I just would tell you that I think that this is a good program. I think ECHO does a great job. We're lucky to have them in the city of Paso Robles. We're lucky to have them in the city of Atascadero. I wish we could actually move them down into South County too, because we're dealing with some situations there. But 40 Prado does do a very good job there with Capslo. And now that we have the detox center, but we want to be partners with the city. The county does, and we'll continue to do that and work with you. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening.
Good evening, Jim Votenakis again. This is what happens when you get a retired principal comes in here, doesn't have anything else to do. And having said that, a lot of my students are in the riverbed. I must have done a great job during my career, it seems like. I'm not joking on that.
No.
I do wholeheartedly agree with the last gentleman, the bald-headed guy over there. I can say that. And support this program, but I would like to make some suggestions. You deal a lot in percentages, and I think, Wendy, it would help you maybe on your PR, and some other instances, to deal with some raw data. When you say, 50% of the people take a shower, well, 10 people show up and 5 take a shower. I'd like to know on your services, how many people are showering, how many meals you serve. You might have that data, but not presented in a percentage format. Percentages is how we hide sometimes, not you, but schools, in our test scores and data. So I really would like to see more accurate data. For example, you service 40% of the people coming out of the river. What does that mean? What do you mean service? They come up and have one meal? Another question, do you have a database of your participants? I'm sure the police would be interested in that. We could not keep gang books in LA when I was there working with gangs, but you can have some kind of database on your people who come to in your service and maybe share that with the police. I know another Lewis was patrolling the riverbed and down in there, so I do want to thank the fire and police. They really cleaned up that area. The goats are great, and I hope you have a sustainable program on that for weed abatement. But again, kudos to your fire and your police in that riverbed. I know I have 3 minutes. This is a rambling on. But again, my main point, and I think it would help when you go to places for fundraising or grant writing to have more statistics that I think are not as questionable. I don't know if you have a proposal that you've given to the board, or this was your proposal, but I would require you to have more detailed proposal when you ask for $444,000, and maybe you have that, and statistically, how much is going to that? How much do the people get paid? How much do you get paid? Because you're a nonprofit, and I've worked for nonprofits before on performing arts committees, so those are my big jumble of kind of concerns that I would put out to you to have a request maybe later after you fund them, which is maybe wise or not wise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
I'm Rogan Tomquist. I'm from Cutter Canyon. And thank you, of course, for the opportunity to support Wendy Lewis and ECHO. I'm not really prepared. I know there's a crowd out there that is supporting ECHO and is impressed as hell by what they do. And I was kind of thought I'd be at the end of the line here tonight, but unfortunately, politics is, maybe not as popular as that. I know other people who dealt with homelessness and trying to deal with a seemingly unfixable problem, if we look at it that way. And they have been extremely impressed with ECHO and with Wendy Lewis. And I think I would use the word, or trying to use statistics and so forth, I would use the word efficacy, or their ability to actually accomplish something for an amazingly low price. I think it's impressive. I wouldn't want to put anybody else down, but they are extremely impressive compared to most any of us. And, I'm just glad to be a supporter. And sitting there, I realize whatever rhetoric I would want to do, I'm going to have to contribute more this year. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thanks for letting me speak. My name is David Crabtree, and I've, longtime resident of Paso Robles, went to grade school through high school here, and, I've operated several businesses. I'm currently a board member at ECHO, have been for 4 years. When I got on this board, I was interested in, trying to help homeless people. The more time I've spent in it, the more I've realized how much help is needed. Growing up and being a resident of Paso Robles, I'm a big advocate of, helping these people. At another point in my life, I was almost one of them. They need the help. The reality is ECHO has one of the highest success rates in the state for taking people from homeless to sustained housing. And it's a systemized program. It's not just a handout. I tell everybody, I don't speak victimese. Everyone goes through issues. We have to overcome them, but people need to have a chance to do so. And the request to the city, I think, is justified. The homeless in Paso Robles is a Paso Robles problem. And to not have the city vested in that problem is expecting somebody else to fix it. I would hope the city would support it. I try to put my money where my mouth is, and I support ECHO, in a large, substantial way. And I know a lot of other community business people do the same. I respectfully request that you would, give this serious consideration, and hopefully this will make a difference. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
How's it going, guys? My name is Matthew Navarrete, 804 30th, Paso. Just real quick, if it wasn't for ECHO, I don't know where I would be today. Back in 2015, me, my wife, and my 3 kiddos were experiencing homelessness, and it was hard. It was real hard. I didn't have any friends, family, anything. I was hitting depression really bad, and someone turned me to ECHO, and it kind of kicked it off for me from there. ECHO was able to, we had a van, but it had broken down, and that's where it kind of kicked it off for us. ECHO helped pay for our vehicle to get fixed. And then it started from there. They helped me get my guard card again, so I started working from there. I got housed. Before that, me and the family had to split up because it was just easier like that, but ECHO helped bring us together, and I haven't had a hiccup since. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, but if it wasn't for ECHO, I don't know where I would be today, guys. Thank you for everything. City Council, Mayor, appreciate everything, guys, but yeah, I'm a little choked up right now. I had a whole list to say, but I just want you guys to just walk away with, if it wasn't for ECHO, I don't know where I would be today. Me or my family. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
I'm currently the shelter manager over there at ECHO Paso Robles. I started off as an overnight coordinator. I'm like a sponge. I want to ask questions. I want to learn. And it just kicked it off from there. Now, as it stands, like, I never thought the sky was the limit for me. Now I'm thinking past the moon now. I want to continue to succeed. I want to continue to grow. I've learned so much in this past year. I can't tell you, God, it's just ECHO showing me so much, and they helped me. They saved us. So cool.
Thank you again. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Richard Kenny, Dr. Kenny. I'm a volunteer physician at ECHO. Mr. Mayor, councilors, city staff, ECHO supporters, fellow citizens, this program is amazing. I'm new to town, got involved last year, and they informally introduced me. So I'm not. I got the initials after my name, but I don't have an office there. I don't have a staff, etc. So we're making it, and that's kind of the essence of ECHO as I see it. They're doing what they can do, and they're doing a fantastic job. You got to think about the individuals, not stereotypically. You can't be thinking about, oh, there's a help wanted ad, and this person's homeless and they're not trying. That's not true. None of them, I can tell you, from a position as a doctor. None of them want to be in their status. They all have life stories that are amazing, amazing. I'm getting educated while I'm doing this. My past experience was a little bit working with street people, but not as much as recently. So I see it as a privilege to be helping them. My contributions are really meager compared to what could be done and what I think Paso ought to try to do. Just quickly finishing up. This is a generally agricultural area. We're missing the boat as what opportunities we could provide to the homeless, the unhoused, as we ought to call them, because people get concepts about what, quote, you're homeless. Think about it. And I hate to tell you this because it's kind of embarrassing, but Santa Cruz has got a homeless problem bigger than here. And yet they got a program there that's amazing. And it could easily be done here. They provided, land was provided, which the homeless farm manage and sell the products of the farm that they have, including floral arrangements, jellies, jams, other things connected with agriculture. And they have a shop right on Pacific Ave in Santa Cruz. There's no reason why Paso Robles couldn't be copying that activity. We could steal their idea. And I have other ideas for you. Just quickly, one thing that's a big barrier for the homeless getting jobs is dental care. You're not going to hire someone who's without teeth, is a dentist, who grooming is taken care of pretty well at ECHO. But we need help with dental care.
Thank you, sir, for your comments and for your service. Welcome.
Mayor and members of the council, I'm Floyd Butterfield from Paso Robles. I've been a resident here for more than 50 years. I just want to clear up a few things that might be misconceptions. One, I see up there on number 3, it says the 444,000 is to fill a funding gap. And that funding gap is not a typical funding gap because from my point of view, a funding gap is you thought you were going to get in a certain amount of income or thought your expenses were going to be X, and then they ended up being different. And that's not the case. The funding that ECHO's been running on for the last 18 months has largely been from state-related, COVID-related funding. And one of the few good things that has come from COVID. But to receive that funding, there was a time limit the funding had to be spent. And that time limit, as Wendy said, is June and August of this year. So it's not like ECHO got a bunch of money and spent it as fast as they could. They got a bunch of money and it had to be spent within a certain time. And so the operating budget for this fiscal year past has been to utilize that money. And ECHO's been able to do amazing things with it. That money ends, as Wendy said. And the choice that ECHO will be facing, you asked if it was an emergency. It won't be an emergency. It will be, okay, if we're not going to get funding from the city, say, in that amount, then we're going to get it from other places or a portion of it. And that part we can't get, we're going to cut services. And as you've heard, services have, they've grown amazingly. I mean, just getting that shelter was an amazing miracle. Most people would agree. Those of us working on trying to fund what the city had planned, which was a much smaller scope, that couple $1 million was hard to imagine raising. to get something the size of Motel 6 with the accompanying low-income housing with it is a miracle. But now we have to sustain it. And there's one on the board, there's other members of the board here, but one of my primary jobs on the board is helping to raise money to keep this thing going. And when I'm a new member of the board, when I saw it again today, the stipulation that Echo would not come back for more money for 5 years, they should be self-sustaining. What? How can a nonprofit that provides a public service be self-sustaining? There's no way. So, I'm being beeped. In any case, I think we need to work together as we have been in a public-private partnership and raise money from many different buckets is the term we use. The city's one of those. We appreciate what you can do for this year and look forward to working together to establish an ongoing funding relationship and other relationships.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Good evening.
Good evening, Gina Fitzpatrick again, President CEO of the Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce. Not sure that I need this, but my laptop, but I wrote it, so I might as well read it. Good evening, council members and Honorable Mayor Martin. Addressing the growing challenges with the unhoused population in Paso Robles has been a high priority for many of our residents and businesses for several years. Indeed, the issue deserves to be addressed holistically and thoughtfully, realizing that a narrow focus on one solution may not best serve our community. You're being asked to provide direction to city staff tonight regarding a one-time grant in the amount of $444,000 for the Echo Homeless Shelter to be used for operational expenses. Very recently, a point-in-time count was conducted, and once the findings have been published, we can better understand our need for resources. In other words, if we find there are 1,000 or more unhoused people in our community, yet we are only offering 45 beds, maybe $444,000 isn't enough. If there has been an increase of nearly 400 dislocated Roblins, truly Roblins, over the course of the past 2 years, maybe we should be funding organizations that work to prevent homelessness as opposed to only a shelter. As you know, we're in the process, we, the Chamber of Commerce, are in the process of conducting a future study related to the unhoused population in our community and plan to deliver our summary to you in mid-May. As a result of this work over the past few months and years, I have gained quite a bit of knowledge and understanding in this area. It seems reasonable and responsible to thoroughly vet the existing agreement through a review of the existing MOU. So should you choose option number 2, as we suggest you do, I believe my recent experience related to this work makes me a viable candidate for the ad hoc committee, and I wish to formally submit my interest now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Hi, Joe Kuntz again. Before I make my comments, I'd like to say that I have contributed money to ECHO in the past, and I think it's a worthy cause. However, as somebody that started 2 successful, funded, balanced, even not-for-profits, I don't know who said it, but the idea that a not-for-profit can't be financially stable is not correct. And as a taxpayer, I'm aware of the concept that opium is addictive. And by opium,
you've got more time than that. Don't worry about it.
I'm talking about other people's money. So I think as a city council, if you're going to consider us, you need to ask some hard questions. For example, why are you coming back when you agreed to be financially successful, asking for 50% of your budget as a one-time grant? And why someone mentioned that it's an ongoing grant. And then the other thing as a taxpayer I'd like to know is what's your success rate? I think, I don't know your last name, I don't mean to be disrespectful. Miss Wendy mentioned she'd had 50 people housed. Out of how many? I mean, apparently her beds are full. And somebody that lives on the other side of the river, I'd be curious. I know that Idaho law, a court decision, you couldn't move people out of the river unless you had housing, but why are there still fires in the river, Chief? So I'm not seeing the success I'd want to see. And I think you have to ask, why are you coming here after your agreement asking for half your budget?
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Ken Triguero from People's Self-Help Housing. We're here to support ECHO's request. We're working collaboratively along with HASLO. Each day, each week, there's a working group that we get together and we solve these issues that are coming up. We're constantly looking for funding. Just recently, we participated in a research project, to your question earlier, Mr. Hammond, about the Project Home Key funding that's out there. Next, can we get that turned into subsidy? This research project was included a bunch of others who are operating these similar type of properties, and we're telling the state that we really need to convert that to operating subsidies. That's an example of what we're trying to do, and so I think we've got some good possibilities in the future. We're part of the structure and we're the signer to the MOU, and so we have, along with ECHO, been working on the financial feasibility on the permanent housing side as well, and that looks like it has a path. Fortunately, HASLO is projecting project-based Section 8 for the permanent supportive housing, and that is going to be really the key to making that permanently feasible. Unfortunately, that source does not pay for the services that ECHO is providing, so we still need to solve that. But it's a work in progress. I know that Peoples has converted 2 other hotels in the past, downtown Santa Barbara in 2005 and in downtown Ventura in 2008. Those have been operating successfully. Those are for people who are formerly experiencing homelessness. The key there, and in all the other properties that we have throughout the Central Coast, where we're serving over 600 individuals or households who have experienced homelessness in the past, has been the services that we're providing there. Having staff and professionally trained services makes the situation better. It's really the key. It's important. So I just encourage you to fund the really critically important services that ECHO is providing. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. Patty Smith again, 2486 here in Paso Robles. So I think, I'm kind of torn on this, the amount of this funding that they're asking for. I know ECHO is a great program. My family members have volunteered their time at the one in Atascadero before, and as a family, we've donated money to ECHO. There's a great respect for it, but $444,000 is a huge amount of money. I mean, we can't even manage to budget $282,000 for the parking meters that you're wanting to now charge people for, and we're wanting to give away $444,000. I still see a huge homeless problem in the area. There's still fires down in the river. It doesn't seem to be like completely solving our problem, and I don't know how, as a city council, we can even really justify giving $444,000 to a program that I deeply believe in. I just think that's a lot of money when we're not being fiscally responsible in other areas. And, again, we'll talk about it in time to come, but we're wanting everyone to pay for parking on a program we didn't necessarily need, and now we can't even cover the cost of the parking. I mean, it just doesn't sit right with me. I don't know what the answer to this is, but I know if my husband asked for, half of his income to be given to him in one lump sum as a pay raise, he'd be laughed out of the building. And I just think that's an exorbitant amount of money. I think that, again, it's a nonprofit. We don't know how much money the people that are working there are making or earning, how much of each dollar is going to each person that comes in for the aid, for the assist. These are all things that are kind of like shadowed, and I don't like percentages. I like hard fact numbers when it comes to our taxpayer money going to something. How much of each dollar going in there is going to help the people walking through those doors? Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else in the room that'd like to speak? Online?
Yes, sir. We have Mr. Jim Cogan.
Mr. Cogan, welcome.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jim Cogan, and I'm on Spotted Bass Lane here in Paso Robles. But I'm here to talk to you, or appearing by phone to talk to you about a different address, and that is 2805 Black Oak Drive, which is a property that the company Kinfolk Holistics purchased last year. And we had the opportunity to purchase that property as the Echo facility was going in. We actually had a chance to back out of that sale, but we have been long supporters of Echo, and not only weren't deterred by the facility going in, but that made it that much more attractive for us. So we wholly support the funding request by Echo. Those of you who know me know that I'm formerly the Housing and Economic Development Manager for the City of Menlo Park, and I can tell you very, very acutely that serving the underhoused population in any city has no silver bullets, and it is not cheap. The only way to do it and have any success is through the type of individualized service that Echo provides. It was a great win for the city to bring Echo in, and we fully support the amazing programs that they provide. We would encourage you to continue to support Echo. As you all know, state funding often requires a local match. And so as Echo looks for state funding, local support will help make them more competitive in any kind of competitive process. We have long volunteered for meal programs and look forward to investing in our property as we build our business on Black Oak Drive and continue to support Echo with our time and resources. With that, I just encourage the council and everyone there to remember that we closed the books last year with a $5 million surplus. So there is definitely money in the budget for a request like this. And also I wanted to mention that probably the council has all of the letters, but I know that there were a number of letters of support that did not make it on the online agenda, including the one from our CDO, Sonny Molinex. So with that, thank you very much for your time, and please support Echo's request for funding.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else online?
No, sir, there's not.
Very good. So we've explored the wisdom of the room and the wisdom online. We do have, I think, as was mentioned by a previous speaker, we do have information that's been submitted by email as per our policy, which the council has had the opportunity to take a look at prior to the discussion tonight. So I'll close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion. Mr. Gregory.
Yeah, I would like to take this conversation in two pieces. I think it's really important to just look at our history. Mayor Martin, Julie Dollins, and myself, and Wendy successfully got funding for the Paso Robles area for homelessness for the first time in the history of our county. We worked very diligently. We got there, and one thing led to another. And in that process, we were going to be funding that homeless shelter as a city. Then we had the COVID happen, and the state comes along and gives us Motel 6. It's a $15 million gift, $1.8 million or whatever the money is for operating Echo. And the need is getting greater and greater. So we're faced with the dilemma is, do we reduce services in probably the greatest time of need? And I think that it's really important that we as a council look back on a few things that we've agreed to. Number one, in the summer when we got the $5.5 million in COVID funds, we agreed to put that money towards homelessness, a portion of it. There's a lot of issues about this, but I want to just narrow in on their funding. They need to continue to operate with the $440,000 like they have today. And the statistics are staggering. 10,000 hours of volunteers, 20,000 meals. All the services are provided to our citizens who have nothing and need the most help of all. I said in my comments in the beginning 2 years ago, we need to take our head out of the sand and face the problem and take care of our people with the most need. $440,000, and this is a one-time request. The reason why I want to talk about it this way is the second portion of this, my conversation is going to be form an ad hoc with the community and the council and figure out a way to continue to fund after, by the way, that says 21, 22, it should be 22, 23, after that year, so that they have the time to go and continue to operate the way they're operating. And then we as a council and a community come up with some kind of program to help them get their funding need. You don't want to cut them off at their knees when they're producing the highest. They have the highest rate of housing of any homeless center in the state. Here's an example. There's another city, and I don't want to put anybody in the spot, but the city of Bakersfield pays $3 million a year to a nonprofit like ECHO for 150 beds. We're asking for $444,000 for this one time. The cost per homeless person being sheltered is so much less. They just came out with a statistic for the city of Los Angeles, who turned their head on homeless, in my opinion, homelessness. They're going to have to spend $900,000 per homeless unit. $900,000. And that is just absurd. And so we're in a situation where we can at least control our destiny, take care of the people that we need to take care of at a much more effective rate. And I think that, you can hear the stories of all the people who have been through homelessness. And for those that you haven't been through that, when you have, you'll understand the necessity of the urgency of this issue. But ECHO is doing a really good job. They need time to come up with a funding source for ECHO. We need to help them. And the longer they are in business and the longer they're doing good things for our community who need it the most, then we have more time to figure out how to raise money, and whatever the city's contribution is, we can do that with an ad hoc committee. And so I'm fully supportive of this. I've been there, I've been on the ground, and if we turn our back on ECHO, you're going to see the results of this pretty quickly, because 50% of the people that are being serviced right now are not going to be serviced. And I know there's still fires in the river. It's not the perfect answer. Hey, we got 54 people permanently housed. That is a big number. And 40% of the people coming for dinner or spending the night in cold weather are coming from the river. And we have to approach this as a community. If I put that we put the $400,000 toward roads and do a couple of driveways and a couple of sidewalks. Is it worth it to take that money away from the homeless need to do what else with the money? I don't understand why we just can't move forward and do this, and I'm fully supportive of giving them money. And I'll wait till further comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I echo that we should apply some sort of support to ECHO. Again, they're a great partner in helping with this issue of homelessness. I do feel, though, that if you look back in the history here, the city has really stepped up, and with basically almost 1.5 million to ante into this project in the beginning. That was just a couple of years ago. And now we're asked to put in more, which we weren't planned to do so at this point in time. So again, that's why I mentioned to Wendy, I think living within our means, just like the city, just like a family, anybody has so much to be able to spend. Programs need to be redesigned possibly, and still put out the services that are demanded and needed for our city. I do feel at this point in time, though, I would love to sit on an ad hoc to work out with hopefully ECHO and others to figure out really where their numbers are going. I think, again, that's a dubious kind of a thing that wasn't really clear here on, and where the money went and how it's been used and what kind of numbers we're serving. I think that's only prudent with tax dollars that we look at a little closer. So I would be happy to work on an ad hoc if we so desire as a council to do that. It's not time sensitive at this point. I don't believe anyway that we have to make a decision tonight about this. So I'd like to dig in a little deeper, if you don't mind, and we can figure our way forward.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes, sir. I totally agree that ECHO is doing great things. I've spoken with Ms. Wendy Lewis several times. My only concern is when residents and taxpayers come up to us and ask us where their tax dollars are going. I believe wholeheartedly that the program is working, but we have to justify to our taxpayers where exactly every dollar is going. I would love to see the ad hoc committee. I would also want to volunteer and sit on that and help, but I do want to see a more detailed MOU amended. And, I know that the first time it came around, it was, the one time. But when we sat on Saturday workshop and we talked about, as a city, we were going to help our long-term goal to help the homeless. This could be something that we do at this ad hoc committee, is put together a goal to be able to help yearly if that's what they're going to need, or be part of their fundraising or how to help. But I do want to know more details. I know that the program is working. I see the success stories, but we also have the right to answer the questions of the taxpayers. How many specifically people are going there and how many they're helping. You're giving us the numbers, and I appreciate that, but I think we need just a little bit more information. So I would definitely love to see more information. I would love to hear from the community ad hoc committee. The other day, I was getting ready for work, and I just happened to have the TV on, and it was Dr. Phil talking about the homeless situation throughout the United States and what different cities are doing, Seattle, Colorado, and then all of a sudden he started talking about right here, what's happening at Venice Beach. And he was down here and he was talking about it. And he was right here in our backyard talking about our Central Coast, what's happening here. And he interviewed a family that had a successful story, like we heard one tonight. And we want that for our community. After he interviewed and they did all their research, what they found as well is that to fix the problem or to help the situation is case management. Is, like the mayor said, what is the step? How are we going to help them actually get to the success rate? Not just a bed for the night. Yes, that's going to help someone. I wholeheartedly feel that. I see people at the Walmart parking lot parked overnight, every night, and they come to me the next morning to the pharmacy and they tell me that they're having difficulties, and I tell them to go and talk to, ECHO, and I see it, it's there. But we need to have a plan. How are we going to help? We as a city, we talked about it at our workshop. We talked about how we want somebody to look at our community and say, okay, Paso, what are you doing about the homeless situation? Okay, we have this, this, and this and lined up. But I feel that we need to continue with that plan and stick to it. Yes, we've helped ECHO. Of course, we want to continue to do that. I do, and I know our whole city does too. And we have a wonderful community, volunteer hours that go every day. But we also have, right to answer the questions like Ms. Patricia Smith that comes up. We get so many emails just like hers and her concerns of the taxpayers' money. And so I would definitely like to support ECHO and continue to support them, but we just need more information. Where's the money being helped? Where is each dollar going? We see the success rate and we see that, but we also see the negative part. We also see businesses that are, calling us as well, saying, we're not doing good. People are not staying at our hotels. I mean, we're getting both sides of it. And I think we just need to work together with the community to figure out a better plan. That's what I have, sir.
Thank you. I'm not sure if everyone here realizes, but the city is helping the Chamber of Commerce fund a community study, an unhoused future study, to put together a long-term vision of what the city's responsibility is in helping mitigate homelessness or the unhoused crisis, however you wish to express it, in the city of Paso Robles. My experience in the city has been, we try to do good things. A program comes along, maybe that'll help, we fund it. Another program comes along, maybe that'll help, we fund it. And yet we've had no coordinated, consistent focus on helping to truly mitigate homelessness in the city of Paso Robles. I don't want to spend $444,000 once. I want to spend it every year. But that calls to us to put together a workable vision, a plan that clearly delineates what the city's responsibility in the mitigation of homelessness is. Because I think realistically we all realize that no one entity, including the city, can solve this problem by itself. The city has responsibilities in this area, though. What are those responsibilities and how are we going to fund them year in and year out? The figure doesn't bother me, the $444,000. As Councilman Gregory has said, we've come out of the pandemic pretty healthy. Knock on wood, we'll stay healthy. But, we proceed into the future optimistically. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we proceed in a way that's transparent and accountable and effective. So we need a focused effort, an annual budget resource to address homelessness. Will the great majority of that go to ECHO? Maybe. Will it go to ECHO and other organizations? Maybe. Those are the questions that really need to be answered. So I think the study that's currently underway right now, involving about 24 of our local residences from all walks of life, trying to envision what the homeless situation in Paso Robles will be 10 years from now, so we can work towards that goal, is the productive way to move on this. My reason for asking if this is a crisis is I know how valuable ECHO is. I served on the ECHO board in Atascadero years ago. I saw it work there. I volunteered at the ECHO Center in Atascadero. I've seen how that works there. I know how successful it is and how successful it can be. That doesn't alleviate me from my responsibility as a council person to be as responsible as possible with taxpayer dollars. And for me, that means investing in a long-term vision that's sustainable and accountable and effective. So to that end, I'm in favor of the option of forming an ad hoc committee, and I would invite Gina Fitzpatrick or someone from her organization currently working on a parallel study in the community to have input into that committee, so we can answer some of the questions that have been asked tonight and also establish that vision for the future. Possibly one of the products of this ad hoc committee will be, we need to give this money to ECHO as a bridge fund to get from point A to point B so we can set up that consistent funding in the future. Or maybe it's something else. But I think once we get those questions answered, we're all going to feel a lot more comfortable about making this move. The need is real. There's no doubt about it. The service provided by ECHO is praiseworthy. There's no doubt about it. But also the process demands accountability and transparency and sustainability for the city of Paso Robles. So that's why I support option number 2. Mr. Gregory.
So for leading down the road for item number 2, I'd recommend we put a time frame on that.
Agreed.
So that if we need to get a bridge funding for ECHO or whatever, we do that. I'd also like to put my name in on being part of that ad hoc. Everybody wants to be on the ad hoc.
Everybody wants to be so. That's a good thing.
So with that amendment, you want me to make a motion?
Yeah.
So what date would be reasonable? March 15th, April 15th, May 15th?
60 days?
There's no staff time involved, or is this ad hoc, just us?
No, staff would be willing to support and facilitate this and make sure that we'll return with whatever recommendations, amendments to the MOU, help prepare the staff report, set up appointments, whatever it takes to facilitate this along. I would suggest that maybe doing it in concurrence so you have information with the Chambers project right now so you can review all available information. I know Ms. Lewis is on that project as well. So it seems to me that, maybe we can sync up those two projects, bring back the report and any recommendations from the ad hoc and recommendations for funding or MOU amendment if appropriate.
So I think the question is, and correct me if I'm wrong, if we go down the trail of option 2, we want a date certain when there's a recommendation regarding this funding request back to the council.
Yeah, even if it's a bridge gap funding, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, so I would recommend May 25th. Is that the date?
Okay.
So we can bring those back at the same time if the ad hoc is ready to present findings at that time.
So I'll make the motion that we form an ad hoc committee comprised of 2 city council members and key community stakeholders, facilitated by city staff to review and amend the existing MOU between ECHO and the city and consider bridge gap funding. Bring that report back to the city on May 17th.
Hammond, second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. Any further discussion? Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a vote on this, and then we'll talk about who's going to be the liaison. Okay. Roll call vote.
Councilman Gregory.
Aye.
Councilman Hammond.
Here, aye. Yes.
Councilwoman Garcia.
Aye.
And Mayor Martin.
Aye, motion passes 4-0. Now, we have 4 people eager to work on this project, and I'm sure if Councilman Strong were here, he'd be right in the fray too. So I would, first of all, I think because Steve is very well versed in this and has been very much involved in this from day one, I'd like to see him.
Maria, what's your thought?
It's up to you, sir.
No, I
Because
can't.
you can't have more than 2.
Brown Act.
I'll be happy to if you can't do it.
Go ahead, sir.
All right.
Okay, so our ad hoc will be Councilman Gregory and Councilman Hammond. Okay, very good. Thank you all, and thank you all for your input. We appreciate it, and thank you, ECHO, for your service. Appreciate that.
Mayor Martin, can I have a break?
I'm going to take a very short personal service break. We'll call the meeting back to order. We are on item number 15 on our agenda tonight. This is approval of a regional memorandum of understanding with King City and other entities. Mr. Lewis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Try and get my computer up and running here. All right, thank you. So this item is being brought before the council tonight at the request of Mayor Martin. He has been working very closely with several entities in our regional area, Fort Hunter Liggett, Camp Roberts, Camp Slow, and the city of Paso Robles, along with the city of King, have all been meeting regularly through community workshops and events to try and share information, and more importantly, try and form regional partnerships. As the council is aware and the community is aware that most of what we're trying to achieve these days requires regional partnerships to to obtain funding, to improve readiness, preparedness, and identifying opportunities for mutual benefit between the groups. So with that, the mayor was able to work with the mayor of King City to prepare the attached MOU, which is part of your packet tonight, which formalizes that relationship that's been going on informally through several months of meetings and years, in fact. And with that, I'm happy to turn it over to you, Mr. Mayor, maybe to explain a little bit further about this.
So first of all, what you see on the screen there is not the recommendation for this item. I believe that's the recommendation for a previous item. So the recommendation for this item obviously would be to approve the resolution. We've been meeting over the last 6 months to a year with entities to the north of us, including the city of King City and representatives from the military installations, Fort Hunter Liggett, Camp Roberts, Camp San Luis Obispo, also emergency teams from CAL FIRE, the various police departments. And it's been sort of a I don't want to say a social gathering, but kind of a get to know you with people that don't work together a lot. Now, the emergency services do. The fire people and the police people, they know each other very well. But the electeds and the people at the military bases don't necessarily have that connection. So we've been getting to know each other. And the discussion turned to the fact that when we, in our county, talk about county-wide operations, we talk about San Luis Obispo County. And there's like this invisible line just to the north of us. And we don't really talk about what's north of us very much. And likewise, in Monterey County, when they talk about county issues, they talk about Monterey County. But we realize in our conversations that the different communities, the different entities have a lot of things in common, particularly in the needs of infrastructure. As was mentioned earlier this evening, transportation infrastructure is critical both to agriculture and to the military. Highway 46 between I-5 and 101 carries a tremendous amount of agricultural produce and product, and also it serves as an action conduit for the military when they need to move men and equipment. So we felt that while our cities and our counties might have access to certain resources to pay for our infrastructure needs, the overlapping interest of the military might identify other pots of money that we might be able to join forces and get these infrastructure projects funded. So Mayor Labar of King City took the MOU, which was used for the rail corridor group, which encompassed entities up and down the two-county area. We modified that so it's very similar and basically called out the common interests of the military bases in the cities and the different entities. It doesn't cost us anything. It does provide us with a sort of a quasi-official identity. So when we approach funding sources, when we approach the state, when we approach the federal government, it's not just King City, it's not just Paso Robles, it's this entire conglomeration of people working together on these common interests. And that's basically what it boils down to, is put a name to this relationship so we can leverage that in the future to benefit everybody. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Mayor, yeah, so you're talking essentially Hunter Liggett, Camp Roberts, Camp Slow, as far as military bases, and then the cities that are joining or close to them.
Paso and King City.
Yeah, Paso and King City. Was there any interest in anybody over the grade being part of this?
Actually, I've talked, not over the grade, but I have talked to Mayor Moreno from the city of Atascadero. They might be interested. And of course, you know, certainly open to anybody else that might have a common interest also. But we're just so geographically close to them, it seemed to make sense to start. So.
I compliment you for opening up that door and getting people talk. I think it's really important. never in all these years have I heard anything quite like this. So it's kind of important to think that we certainly.
I think, you know, John, we sat in this very room with this group of people, and as we talked, you could see the light bulbs going on. Wait, we need that. We want that. Well, have you talked to that person? No, we don't have any contact with that person. Well, we can put you in contact. And it became pretty much a no-brainer that we needed to do this. Any other questions? Oh, this group, I think, since I've been mayor, we've probably met 3 times, maybe 4 times. Yeah. And the next meeting will be March the 21st at Fort Hunter Lake.
I just have comments, so I'll wait.
If there are no other council comments, I'll open it for public comment. Anybody like to speak? No one rising? Anyone online?
No, sir, there is
Very
not.
good. I'll close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion and action. Mr. Gregory.
I think it's an excellent idea. I think that the more we have a relationship with Hunter Liggett and Camp Roberts and Camp Slow, I think it's really good in tying King City. I especially think it's valuable with our need for getting money for Highway 46. Mm-hmm. I think it's critical, and I think we have a lot of common interests. So I'm supportive of making a motion when everybody else is done.
Mr. Hammond.
I was going to say too, you know, you and I went out to that Jiffix out there in
right.
Camp Roberts, and I think again the amount of work and things that are going on out there is fantastic, and a lot of people don't really realize what's happening. Then too, with our effort with Spaceport and what we're trying to do with getting that license for our airport area, it can only help to have strength in numbers, so to speak, because all these agencies and all the other military bases certainly have an interest in that kind of a thing. So I think it's a great idea.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
Not involved in that aspect, but I also feel that it houses.
Yes, absolutely.
So a lot of the housing situations could also help with that. So, I mean, I see them come to the pharmacy a lot. Mm-hmm. You know, the people that win, I know sometimes they're only here 1 year, 2 years, but we see a lot of turn around, and they live right here in Paso. They're part of our, mm-hmm. So it's great they connect.
And on a different level, the military bases are very eager to help us out with our local community activities. I know that in the past, Fort Hunter Liggett has helped King City with some of their celebrations downtown with manpower and whatnot, and they're very eager to help the city out with whatever it needs to carry on its activities.
Ready to make a motion?
Rock and roll.
So I recommend that we authorize the mayor to enter into a memorandum of understanding by and between Fort Hunter Liggett, Camp Roberts, Camp Slow, City of Paso Robles, the City of King City, to form a partnership to strengthen relations between military installations and local governments.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilwoman Garcia. There's no further discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you all. Looking forward to making the most of this relationship. Before we continue, I want to remind folks that if you plan on speaking, we do have speaker identification cards in the back. We don't really need your address, and the reason we have you sign your name is so that we spell it right when we put it in the minutes. Earlier tonight, I guessed somebody's name on how to say it, and I was wrong, and that's embarrassing. It's even more embarrassing when it's done in black and white. So we move on now to item number 16, modification of paid parking rates and the senior parking permit program. Mr. Davis returns to the lectern.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here to present tonight to you regarding the Downtown Parking Advisory Commission that was held on March 3rd and 4th. Their recommendation presented to them at your direction, a financial update parking program. February meeting. So tonight I'm going to discuss with you twofold with a financial update program as well as so the goals of the program are to, as we remind ourselves, to manage on-street demand and occupancy rates, set the occupancy rates based upon parking tracks at 5%. So that's something we've really done a good job of. Downtown is part of the use technology to improve our parking experience, and we created a fully parking program. The last bullet point of what we're discussing tonight, which is to create a sustainable program they are working. This is a good problem to have. Over the course of the 2019 August, December of 2021, that's 690 parking transactions. 690,000 parking transactions. So looking at that data, that's great to know. We have a lot of people in our vibrant downtown. But we're finding out with our paid parking program is that with our 2 hours free, that's 80% of those parking sessions are done free. So we set this parking program up, but most people are staying for 2 hours and not paying. So that's where the program revenue comes into. If we look at the next slide, please. The parking rates, I think it's important that we discuss parking rates for our neighboring cities to compare them where we are compared to where everyone else is. San Luis Obispo has a tiered rate. Pismo Beach has a rate that varies based on their occupancy rate for their parking lot that they have. And Monterey has different zones based on the parking structures that they have or the parking lots and the on-street parking they have as well. It's important that no city in our county has a paid parking program has free on-street parking. The city of San Luis Obispo has some free parking in their structures, but they don't have that on-street parking. So for us, in trying to compare apples to apples, nobody else has that free parking. So we presented to the Downtown Parking Advisory Commission some options to get the program to revenue neutral status by year 5. Next slide, please. If we look at the slide in front of us, changes to the rate structure are needed to make the program sustainable. The brown existing program color there shows us that we have an annual revenue currently as our current program sits at $101,000. We have $282,000 of expenses to the program that are ongoing annually. And so those two numbers together give us a loss of $180,000. The general fund balance that was presented, that was directed by council, was not to exceed $1 million when this program started, is at $754,000 today. And so you can see that through that existing program, we're not going to be able to operate and get to where we want to be, which is cost or revenue neutral. So we discussed a lot of options, and tonight before you, there's a few on the screen, but the recommendation of the advisory commission at the March 3rd meeting was to eliminate the 2 free hours and go to $2 per hour after that. That would be the column on the far right in the blue. If you look at that program, because it is heavily weighted on the 88% of the people that are not paying for parking downtown because we have the 2 hours free, and therefore that changes the annual revenue substantially and makes the program self-sufficient by year 5 or sooner than that. At the DPAC meeting, they also recommended that we place 30-minute free parking on the block end of each block. And so those would be free parking spots for 30 minutes. And the recommendation from them was that that would allow someone to run in and grab something from a business or a library or wherever to do whatever business they had to do in that 30-minute window. And that would remain free parking for that limited time frame. So those are the recommendations in the financial stability of the program, and that's the recommendations of the DPAC. The next slide discusses what the second half of this program, which was a senior permit program that was presented to the council on February 1st. At that meeting, the council recommended we go back and do a financial stability study, which we did with the Downtown Parking Advisory Committee. At the end of that financial feasibility study, the DPAC recommended that they keep the recommendation for the senior permits that was discussed and presented to council. Before you are the same exact recommendations that were before you on February 1st for the senior permits. Just to go over those are to limit the sales of the seniors to full-time residents of citizens of Paso Robles. We discussed that at length, and we need to keep that within those people who live in our city. The proof of vehicle ownership, so to the applicant in the application process consistent with parking industry standards so we can verify that that is their vehicle. We're going to limit the total number of permits to 1 per address, exclude downtown employees, limit the number to 500 annually, and to remind everyone here that we have 466 current spaces in our downtown area. Limit the annual sales to the months are April and March, and their permits are valid from April 1st to March 31st. The rate set before you is the $30 for the year, with no prorating on that. So at the meeting, they passed the motion to return to the council with that recommendation. Staff's recommendations are just forwarding, next slide, please. Forwarding to the council the recommendations of the Downtown Parking Advisory Commission, which was to modify the parking rates, moving the 2 free hours, change the $2 hourly rate, and add 30-minute short-term parking spaces at each block face. And also to modify the terms and conditions of for future senior permits starting on April 1st, 2022. At that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Council, questions of staff? Mr. Gregory.
Caleb, on senior parking, is that going to be available April 1st for people to purchase?
With the vote of the council tonight, permits would start on April 1st for purchase, yes.
Okay, and I'll wait to hear public comment before making any comments. Thank you.
So just to be clear, what is the age break for seniors? 55, 65, 75?
65.
65, thank you. Mr. Hammond?
And how many are we going to allow to be purchased?
And the recommendation here would be 500.
500. And now currently what we had, I think, was 690 something, wasn't it, this last year?
696 were sold.
Yeah, almost 700. Okay, thank you, Caleb.
Any other questions? Very good. We'll open it up to the public. This is your opportunity. Please step to the microphone. You need to come to the microphone, please. Everybody has to hear you. Welcome.
Hi, I'll give this to you. I have some notes on that. Joe Kuntz, you mentioned a cost. Why does it cost you anything? The parking space is already built.
I'm sorry, sir.
Why does it cost anything? The parking spaces are already built. There's $1.7 million of loss to the city in the presentation, but I don't understand why the city is losing money on parking spaces that are already paid for by the taxpayer at large.
Got it. We'll get you that answer. Anything else? Okay, welcome.
Patty Smith, Paso Robles again. Okay, so I'm not happy about this, to say the least, and neither is anybody that I know. So I'm looking at this in a different angle. One, I think Paso Robles should not have to pay to park in Paso Robles. We do our shopping there. If you want us to support small businesses, our hometown businesses, you got to give us a break somewhere. So we just went to Disneyland. We rented 3 rooms at a ridiculously expensive cost. With each hotel room, it was $25 per night to stay at that hotel. We had 5 cars. So that was, I'm terrible at math, that was, thank you, a lot of money. So if it's costing you guys $772 a year per day, right, for 365 days to cover these costs, that could easily be dispersed to all the tourists coming into town using our roads, our parking, our everything, where we can't even get in to go someplace because of all the tourists. Just this weekend, we have a family friend who's trying to move up here. They bought a 40-foot, rig, diesel pusher coach, right? They want to move up to Paso Robles. Obviously, they're retired. They don't want to buy a house. We went to every single campground and long-term camping facility in the entire area. There's one with the 50-person waiting list for them to get in. Every single campground that we visited actually based their rates on events going on in the public and the time of year. So they could go all the way up to $2,800 per month for 28 days, the days that they'd be allowed to stay there. So they're telling us that people from Pismo, from Atascadero, from Cayucas, anytime the fair is going on, anything's going on, the entire county is coming into our area, plus God knows where, everywhere else, because the roads are inundated with people coming in to visit Paso Robles, right? Because we have all the wineries, that's why we built them. But we're punishing the people who live here and pay taxes here by doing this type of parking. That money should be put somehow toward the tourists that are coming in here, not the people who live here and are, trying to make a living and trying to just make it day to day. Everything in the area has skyrocketed because of all the tourists coming into the area. Food's more expensive. We're not even going to talk about gas. Hotels are more expensive. If my family wants to come and stay, I've got 30 people in my house with tents in the backyard because hotels are so outrageously expensive. I would feel like garbage saying, well, you got to get a hotel room at $300 a night to come and visit. That's not cool. But I mean, I'm just saying, there's so many scenarios that this could be broken down and spread out to people who don't live here, but that the $2 an hour, I'm telling you, you guys are gonna have like freaking, people are gonna be coming with crosses, burning in the yard, because it's too much. It has to be put on the people coming to visit, not on us who are trying to just live our lives in this beautiful city that we built.
Thank you. We got alarms going off everywhere. Welcome.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff. I'm John Roush, Park Cinemas, 1100 Pine Street, Paso Robles. Unless my memory fails me completely, I should say, I need to start that. Full disclosure, I'm on the Downtown Parking Committee. There was a meeting called prior to March 3rd. They canceled it because there wasn't a quorum. They notified me that they were trying to do it on the 3rd. I notified them I could not be there because of other commitments. If I'd have been there, that'd have been 3 to 3, you wouldn't be here tonight. Just letting you know. I believe you were all there when you voted for this in the first place. I believe you're all city councilmen. And I remind you of what each one of you said, that this was not to raise money. This was supposed to be revenue neutral. Second thing I'd like to remind you, or I'd like to point out, if I get that budget back up there, would be great. The projected budget is way off in the first place, the first budget. And I'm going to suggest to you this new budget is going to be way off also, because at $2 an hour, you're going to have a lot of people that are not going to come here. Maybe not Paso residents, but I guarantee all the surrounding area, they'll go to Atascadero, they'll go to Temple, somewhere else. Main thing is, 25 years ago, I came to this town with 5 pages of empty stores for sale or rent, and I built a theater. I built it for the residents of Paso Robles. 25 years ago, there were very few tourists. Today, there's a lot of tourists, but now we don't have any residents coming because of this parking situation. 2.5 years ago, I started a process to remodel this theater, and the pandemic shut us down, and we weren't able to get financing, obviously, with a closed business. We now have acquired the financing to start a remodel of $1.3 million, first phase. But I have to tell you, you guys gave us 2 free hours, and then we negotiated a deal with the city, and I was very appreciative of it, for another hour free parking for our customers, so that the people could get here, park their cars, get to the theater, watch a movie, get back in their cars, and wouldn't have to pay extra money to go to the theater, because that would drive them to another location south of us. The biggest thing for me right now is finding out, and since I need to be selfish at this point, is this city council going to take away the 3 hours of free parking for the theater? If you're going to do that, I have to reconsider whether we're going to remodel. Just as plain as that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Linda Becker. I live in Paso Robles, and I too was here when there was discussion about paid parking. I despise paid parking, which is one reason I don't shop in San Luis Obispo. But the intent was to give us, the public, better access to visiting shops, restaurants, and the movie theater, and to have employees park elsewhere. So if employees are parking elsewhere, that was the whole idea. It was never intended to generate revenue. for our community. Now, we are a vacation destination. We all know this, and we want to encourage visitors, but paid parking is annoying. I am one of the people that have reduced my visits to downtown because I would have to pay to park. So I'm one of those people that you saw up there. Okay, I'm going to park, go to the health food store, go to the shop, whatever I need, and get out of here. So I think with the pandemic and people focusing on expenses, we need to really consider this. As this woman said, we want to support our local businesses. You know, you're going to think twice. Am I going to pay X number of dollars to park? Or gosh, I might buy that on Amazon Prime for less instead of supporting a local business to come down and make your purchase. I just think that free parking is very important to our local businesses. In fact, I will admit, tonight I was complaining to my husband on the drive down here, do we have to pay to park so I can go to the city council meeting? You know, let's encourage participation in our community, and let's have visitors help support some of the needs of the community. But quite frankly, we need long-term planning. Are we planning a parking structure? A parking structure could be built as an asset to the community, built with some standards, as other communities have done, with beautiful exteriors, so it's not an ugly old parking, but free, to encourage people to enjoy our shops, our town, and participate in community events. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Tim Smith, and I live here in Paso Robles. And, well, I too, like to echo the previous woman, is I personally cannot stand pit park. I just don't like it. When I go down slow, it's very complicated to find a spot. You know, then you forgot your license plate. I know that they've enacted different rules, your cell phone that you can use here in Paso Robles, which is super convenient. But I think that in order to remove that 2 hours of free parking, I think that first, you're going to alienate some part of that community that's going to be coming down and taking advantage of that free parking time. You've already achieved your goal. Your goal was to have higher parking turnover, not revenue generation. So you're getting that turnover, what you wanted, 88%. And Commander Davis gave an awesome overview on that, I think. And so I did some simple math, $282,000 a year to run this program. $772.60 per day to run the program. Simple math, 365 days a year. $70.24 per hour per 11-hour period from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. that it's operational. That's a ton of overhead for simply running a parking permit program, in my opinion. You've got Echo Homeless is asking for $444,000 to solve the homeless problem in Paso Robles, which is massive. And our parking area, or our parking, is a very, very small problem in comparison to those people that are trying to survive. So my recommendation for City Council would be to echo one of our City Council members is, have you ever thought about living within your means? Okay. We have revenue. Why can't we meet that? We've got revenue now with the 2-hour free parking. Why can't we simply live within our means and adjust those overhead costs to meet that? And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate
sir.
your time.
Welcome.
Good evening. Dale Gustin, 945 Spring Street. Also, I'm a member of the Board of Directors of Main Street. We were highly disappointed we didn't have any representative from City Council at our meeting the other night because Fred Strong was out of town and Miss Garcia didn't show up either. You know why I'm disappointed? Because we discussed this issue. I wish you'd put the screen up on what the recommendation is. I want to challenge that.
Is that what you want?
With the recommendation, not this recommendation, the one with the showing all the costs.
Yeah, the spreadsheet.
Spreadsheet. Yeah. Not that one, the other one, that one. Now, you're showing us an asset, $754,000 on that recommendation, aren't you? That's not an asset, that's a loan from the city. And you don't ever intend to pay it back, do you? Not from the parking plan. Before Miss Dixon and Julie Dixon of Dixon and Associates came to town, I presented you with a plan that worked in Pleasanton. Time parking, no paid parking. It's still working in Pleasanton. And you refused that. You had to pay $1 million, up to $1 million, to satisfy Miss Dixon to fatten her pocket. Is it helping the city? No. It's hurting the city because now you want to chase away all the locals from shopping downtown. You're not going to make it on the visitors and the tourists. Even though I helped bring those tourists here, it's not going to do it. I'm telling you. And poor John Roush, he's going to fold up and lose, file bankruptcy. And a lot of the restaurants are going to be just like they were in pandemic. Nobody coming to them. You helped them out by putting the parking or the parklets in, but they're gone and we got more parking. But we don't need a parking garage. And we don't need to pay $2 an hour in this town. I thought you learned that lesson with a parking meter.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry,
Welcome back.
I didn't realize it was public comment.
Excuse me, would you reset the timer, please? Thank you. Go ahead.
A couple of questions. My point to the commander, I guess, is who paid for the streets? Who paid for the sidewalks? I think the taxpayers at large paid for that. So you don't have an ongoing expense. You wonder who benefits from the parking? Well, it's our downtown business people largely. So I don't see why you have $2.5 million loss when it's already paid for. Perhaps it's potential revenue you don't realize, but I am a guest. I live outside the city limits, but I do come here to shop. And I come here a lot, largely because I don't want to go to where there's another Bed Bath and Beyond, Applebee's, whatever. So I like our little downtown businesses. But honestly, it's pretty nice to sit in my easy chair with my computer and go to Amazon.com. And I think this will be really, really detrimental, like other people have said. I'd just like an explanation of the need, because honestly, you guys, 3 of you are my patients. I'd be ashamed to be sitting there. You went after a problem that was pathetic, that somebody didn't want to walk a block and a half from a parking spot to get to their store. So you solved that problem, and now you want to charge us $2 an hour to park in our own city? Come on, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, here comes the old lady. My name is Norma Moy. I live on 1803 Vine Street, and I've been a citizen around here a long time. In fact, I helped get rid of parking meters once because they just didn't work. why are you penalizing our shoppers? As far as I'm concerned, that's the feeling I get. I come down, I fill my car with gas, and all of a sudden I decide to eat dinner. And what is dinner now? Probably around $17, $18, $20 with tip and everything. And then, well, maybe I'd like to go to the show. Well, I'll go to the show, and that's some more time. And maybe I want to shop a little. How much is that costing me if it's $2 an hour? That cost? Do all you guys come downtown and shop? Do you
Yes.
eat downtown?
Yes.
You do? How was it?
Pretty good.
Good.
I managed to do it in 2 hours, too.
Well, you must have gobbled it down.
Yeah, I'm a fast eater.
Did you have any friends sit with you and talk?
I have very few friends. But anyway, go ahead.
I'm just pulling your leg.
I know you are, Norm.
You're pulling mine.
I am.
No, but you know I've never admired parking meters. Of course. Never. And I have a solution. I think you should pull them out and sell them to another city. They would love it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Do we have anyone online?
Yes, sir. We have Ms. Jan Albin. One moment, please.
Welcome back, Jan.
Hi, good evening again. Thank you, City Council. You know, I spent all day trying to write up something that I thought would have some real meaning and be of value to the City Council, and something that you would listen to and take to heart. So I get 3 minutes to tell you why this just does not work for our town. We can talk about the ongoing financial cost to the city, and Davis and Dixon will tell you that when you do this and when you do that, it will become cost neutral. And next year or the year after, when those things haven't worked, they'll come back with something else, some other way to charge us to make this program profitable. The effort to make this program pay for itself and actually produce revenue for the city is certainly more than I want to see us expend year after year. And like others have stated, and I remind you, this program was not designed as a moneymaker for the city. It was designed to solve an employee parking problem, and we've done that. But first of all, let's take the senior parking program off the table. If you want to raise the fee to $30 an hour, you're going to have some takers, and you're going to have those who say, no, I'm not doing that. In a year, out of 700 permits that were sold, 11% were used. That's about 77 people. That's not exactly what one could call a heavy negative impact on the downtown parking, nor was it by any means a contribution to the financial loss of the overall parking problem. You must know that the kiosks and the pay to park in our downtown is abhorrent to the residents of this town who work and shop and dine and visit the park and library with their children. They want their downtown park back. You must know that this program is not acceptable to the thousands of families who moved here to get away from exactly this. They want their downtown back. And certainly you must know that this is just one more drop in the bucket of this insatiable monster, and that there will always be a need for more. When raising the hourly fee isn't enough, you'll have to expand the parking perimeters, which will drive people into the residential streets, or say enough. Please, tonight, say enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
No, sir.
Thank you. We'll close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion and action. We have several questions. Mr. Davis, if you could help us out here. The question was asked a couple of times. We own the streets already, so why is there any cost associated with parking at all?
Costs associated with annual salary, sign salary.
So we bought hardware, installed hardware. We hired people to do the data collection. We hired people to do the data analysis. And those are the costs of the program, not the cost of the street. Okay. Absolutely. Yeah. So is it part of the commission's recommendation that we remove the 3R parking in front of the theater?
The 3R parking is not in front of the theater.
Or wherever it is, yeah.
The theater was, we all had 2 hours free. The theater was allowed to pay for another 3 hours. That's how it was done. You would go into the theater and you would type in their system and you would have that extra code.
Okay, wait just a second.
Extra hour. I'm sorry, did I speak wrong? I apologize.
Thank you. So is there a recommendation to change that?
There was no recommendation to change it.
Thank you. Okay, we answered that one. Excuse me, I'm trying to make sense of this. I'm kind of slow, so bear with me. I want to make sure I get all the questions answered here. Oh, it was suggested that tourists should pay for the parking program. Did the commission discuss that, and how would that happen?
We did not discuss that.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are all the questions I wrote down. Did you hear anything else?
No, sir, that's all I wrote down too. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to open discussion with the council. Mr. Gregory.
So I was just doing some, because we're charging $1 an hour, right? After the first 2 hours.
That's correct, sir.
So I don't want to hurt anybody's business. I think we need to figure out a way to move forward somehow, but I'm not sure how you do it right here.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sat on the, as a liaison to the parking committee, and along with Mr. Mayor and Caleb and Julie, actually Julie Dixon, actually Gina Fitzpatrick actually chairs the committee. They work pretty hard at trying to figure out different options, different ways to try to get this revenue neutral. And I think that's truly the goal at this point after the period of time that we are now into parking. You know, I think we all understand that parking's not free. And if you park 2 or 3 blocks away from the center of town or the center of the park, it is free. So it's a matter of if you're trying to park in front of the stores that you want to do business with, which was always the issue. I think Norma talked her head off trying to get the employees not to park downtown. We all remember that's why we ended up going this way, that we can't just single out individuals and saying that they can't park here. It's illegal to do that. So that because of a few bad apples, we all have to kind of get into a different system of parking. So we limited it to a certain area, a radius around the park area. But beyond that, it's still free. And, but again, the goal, and I think, again, we need to remember this, is that it was to be revenue neutral. We also have a loan to pay back to the general fund right now, about $754,000. So if we want to try and improve and turn over that space, which is a major goal in any kind of business, that you need to have turnover on that space instead of somebody sitting there all day. This individual design that we've come up with, I think, is a good way to actually benefit the downtown businesses. And I think most of them understand that. Turning that space over is important. So if we can, as council reviews this a little bit, you know, we are at 2 hours free. I remember Councilman Gregory is the one that initiated that 2 hour free startup. But I think as we get into this deeper and deeper every year, we need to have a plan to try to bring it up to a minimum of a revenue neutral. And then beyond that, and years in the future, it's going to be a revenue stream for a parking structure. I think we've done staff calculations on, you know, if we got it into that $2 an hour, no free parking, you could see the revenue that would be generated here. And that's a perfect way to build a structure, which I think if we ever built a structure, we'd be set. We would be done. There would be no question about, you know, arguing over a few spaces, the 600 that we have, or 450, I think it is. And so I would propose, at least throwing it out there, that we have a plan to gently start changing the downtown parking fees that we are currently doing. That might be that we maybe do 1 hour free, 1 hour as $1, and then we also have a program with local senior permits. We've had testimony that the almost 700 that we do have, 10-15%, maybe we're using that. So maybe there's some opportunity there to allow our locals to be able to use our downtown parking more easy than, again, we're trying to figure some way that the tourism, is going to support it more than the locals. I think that would be a great opportunity to do that and kind of kick around numbers, Caleb, on how we could maybe see how that would pencil out too. But again, we're trying to drive it to a point where it's not costing the taxpayers anything, but yet it's designed to improve the downtown, which I think it would be. I'm really cognizant of John Roush over there. I want to make sure that people do go see the movies again and not worry about it. I think we moved it up to 8 now. I think from 9 to 8 is our timeframes for parking downtown. I think that's valid. But on the other hand, we need to have tools and ways to be able to still get people that can't walk. In other words, 3 blocks is not a big deal to walk, but some of those that can't, they need to have the space there close to be able to do it. So I'm thinking, we need to start massaging this a little bit and getting it back to a more revenue neutral position. And I think it's done. Staff has done a great idea here with all their spreadsheet. You can see where it could go. Again, far column, we're not there yet. I think to the right of the brown, that's what I was kind of thinking of to start. Even then, it's not going to be gaining a whole lot of money, and it's still a loss. But then the next year after that, we're going to change it a little more, going still 1 hour free, maybe 2 hour after that, $2 an hour, and then come back, even further beyond that. I like the tier system also, that, the further away you park, the less money it is. Just like if we do have a parking structure, that no on-street parking is ever going to be free, but the parking structures would be. I think that's the same kind of thing. We could do that model similar to what we have now with further spaces away from the center of the park. So I'll throw it out to the rest of the council to kind of discuss.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir, thank you. I feel that with technology, we hired Ms. Dillon to the group to be able to get technology, get information, the license plate, we register our cars and everything. With that information, if there's a way to be able to, if our zip code is 93446 for our locals to still have free parking, and yet we get the money from the revenue from the tourists. So when they register their car into the kiosk and their car is registered or they have an outside zip code, those are the ones that pay the $2. And if there's a way that technology we key in our 93446, that the locals here don't have to pay. I just feel that we got the numbers from Ryan that we're getting a lot of TOT. We're seeing a lot of tourism coming in, and I feel that we can get to this blue mark with the $2, but I don't think that it needs to be from the locals. I feel that we can still do this, and it could be from the tourists somehow, and not from the actual locals. If there's a way that technology can do that, I feel that we should try to look into that. And as far as the senior program, and I like the 30-minute and every corner, because sometimes people do just need to just run in for something. That's a great idea. I'm glad that the committee came up with that. As far as the senior parking, the permits, I think the $30 for the year, I've gotten a lot of people saying, just get it started. I'm willing to pay, just start it already. So I feel that they're okay with that. But, we'll learn more when we actually get it up and going. That's what I have, sir.
Thank you. So I'm sure there are people in the room that remember this. The most recent time the request from our downtown merchants about parking came to us, we didn't go out to them and say, you need more parking, so here's what we're going to do to help. Okay. The third time that the merchants came to us and said, we're in crisis, we don't have enough parking. And the problem is, and they were very honest about it, the problem is our employees are taking up the spaces and we can't get them to stop. We need help. City did 3 different parking studies. The first 2, we said, that's cute, and put it on the shelf. The third time we said, we're going to do a study again because as time goes by, data gets old and you can't rely on it. But we're not putting it on the shelf this time. If you really want us to tackle this problem, we're going to do something this time. So we did the study. We hired a consultant, a professional parking consultant, who did numerous workshops throughout the community and throughout the downtown, taking the temperature and opinions of many, many businesses. And I was at many of those meetings, and a lot of them were loud and raucous because everybody has a different opinion about parking. But just the same, the public was engaged in a constructive fashion to come up with a strategy that would be acceptable to businesses and the community at large to liberate parking spaces so that more people could shop. What came of that was we established employee parking areas in the downtown and sold employee parking permits. That helped move some of the parking out. One of the criteria that we were given when we entered into this discussion was we will not stand for parking meters. Don't even talk about putting parking meters downtown. We're not going to do that. So we explored the technological alternative, and that is the parking kiosks, where you have just kiosks every now and then in the downtown, and tried to make them as convenient as possible, realizing, of course, some people are especially challenged and can't make it to those kiosks. But to keep it as attractive as possible and make it as transparent as possible for people to come down to the shop so they're not parking in front of a parking meter. That was a big consideration. The other consideration was we want this to be revenue neutral. Whatever it costs to put the program in, whatever it costs to operate the program, we want to pay for the program, but the city shouldn't make any money off of it. That's the way it should be. So the plan pre-pandemic, remember when we all made plans? Pre-pandemic was that within 5 years, this would be revenue neutral. That's obviously been affected by the pandemic, and some of those projections are off. So we find ourselves now, it's very interesting, some of the very people who several years back were demanding a parking program are saying we don't need one now. And it's very vexing and confusing and frustrating for everyone. And there's been continuous talk about a parking structure. We need a parking structure. Well, I've gone out and I've talked to the mayors of other cities that have parking structures. You know how they pay for their parking structures? Parking meters. It doesn't come out of thin air. Parking structures are very expensive. So those are the challenges that we face, and I realize that there are a lot of different opinions about parking. People don't want to pay for parking. We don't want to penalize our locals. We did talk about, and in many other areas, not just parking, we've talked about how tourism can pick up part of the bill. And we've done that in many areas in the general fund. About 40% of our general fund comes in through TOT, transient occupancy taxes, people staying in our expensive hotels, and people spending their money in our city. So a lot of the bills that we have in the city are paid for by tourism. You know, a piece of police is paid for, a piece of this is paid for. A lot of that is paid for by tourism. But in listening to the input tonight, I was trying to come up with how do we get tourists to pay and not locals? And one idea is to explore the technology and see if there's a way to do a tiered parking rate for locals versus tourists, which I think is probably smart. But I also thought, we make a considerable amount of money out of TOT from the hotels. We've considered in the past the possibility of raising that TOT rate just fractionally to help make it possible for the tourists to pay an even bigger portion of our bills. I think it's worth considering that we do raise that TOT and that a portion of that or all of it for a few years is plowed back into the money we've already invested in this program. From the amount of TOT generated from a half cent, we could probably pay off the debt that this program has incurred in 2 years. And that falls right to the bottom line. So then the question becomes, do we want to keep it revenue neutral, or do we want it to make a little bit of money so we can finance a parking structure? And that's a decision yet to come. I don't want to talk about that tonight. I don't think it's time to do that. Bottom line is, from where we started with our businesses saying we have a parking crisis, and we took this action in concert with public input, to tonight where I'm hearing either we don't have a parking crisis or the crisis is so minimal that it's not worth charging local residents. The core question seems to be is, do we need a parking system? And if we don't, this gentleman here is correct. The costs go away. We pay off the debt from whatever sources we can find, and we go back to parking wherever we want for free. And if the employees park in their employee parking spaces, everybody else, it's first come, first served. And that's an option. Or we can pursue and refine what we've already started, make sure that these costs are addressed as much as possible by tourists because they do impact our city and our parking. And then making sure the input to our locals is minimal, is as low as possible. So I think what we should do is we should consider the costs that are the least impactful to our citizens at this point in time, and then consider also the possibility of removing this debt from the ledger sheet using monies that are generated by tourists, and explore the technological possibilities of tiering those rates for tourists. Mr. Lewis.
Just to augment this conversation and provide a little more context, we certainly have the technology to be able to determine who is a local resident and who is not if we wanted to go that way. However, I think that that might cause the same problem that we had if we have our employees that are working downtown that are local residents. We're going to cause a problem where they're going to be able to park for free downtown, and we're right back where we started.
I don't disagree, but from what I'm hearing, people aren't really concerned about that at this point. So.
The second part that I would also augment the conversation with is that I think we're somewhere between 1.5 million and 2 million visitors per year, the majority of which are visiting downtown. So I think you could make the argument that the majority of the parking fees that we're talking about here, the 698,000 sessions, is probably the majority of that would be paid by our visitors to the community as well. And the last point of context I think is important when considering this is all the revenue that comes in through this is the city council also took an action which wasn't mentioned tonight, that all that money goes into a downtown a fee for downtown, to where we reinvest that money back into our downtown for lighting, for parking improvements, and other infrastructure that might be needed to really bolster our downtown. Yeah. So not that that's going to sway the conversation. No. I just wanted to make sure all those facts.
And that's obviously the conversation, part of the conversation we've had in the past. I think it's a very logical conversation. What's logical to me is obviously not logical to some of these people. So that's what we're kind of wrestling with.
Understood.
The last thing I want to mention, which I think is significant, and I think I really need to give credit where credit is due, with the data gathering system that we've had in place, we're able to track parking better than we ever have before and gauge which areas are more heavily impacted than others. I think the statistic that 88% of the people that parked in those sessions parked for free, in other words, they spent less than 2 hours, is significant. And yes, there are some people that maybe were rushed. They wanted to spend more than 2 hours. But I have to tell you from my own experience, and I do go downtown and shop, and I do go downtown and I eat, very rarely do I need more than 2 hours. And so I think, that is a benefit that we've accrued from the program. So those are my thoughts. Mr. Gregory.
So can we address the senior parking situation separately and make a motion on that?
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the senior parking as presented by this committee.
So you're saying basically $30 a year?
$30 a year.
Yeah.
So whatever else gets done.
Just get that out of the bag and then we'll talk more about this.
Do I have a second?
Second for discussion.
Sure.
Yeah.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilwoman Garcia. Discussion, Mr. Hammond.
So I brought it up that, the way we could possibly get the seniors, local seniors, to be able to use the downtown is to have them buy the senior pass. But the testimony, or at least the plan, was only 500. So that's why I'm trying to explore that in the next phase of our parking policy, that we might be able to expand the numbers of parking or senior parking, because we saw again that 11 to 15% is only being used. Mm-hmm. So we can oversell, so to speak, even though we have 460 some parking spaces. That maybe that would be a way to appease some of the people who are wanting to have their parking more accessible to themselves instead of the public or the tourist people. So if we talk about the numbers changing from 500 to maybe higher, I think that might be something we need to go over.
I'm going to say something. I don't want to make any decisions at the diocese without consulting the experts.
Wow.
So what's been presented is a $30 a year senior parking for 500 people. If we think it could go change from that, we have the experts bring it back to us and not become the experts.
Other comments?
make a vote on what's in front of us.
The only comment I would make is since we have not resolved the remainder of the parking program, depending on what we decide to do with that, may actually penalize seniors.
Oops.
We have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion.
Just so we're
Question,
clear.
comment?
Just so we're clear, so the motion is to adopt, there's about 8 bullet points here on page 2 of the staff report. That's your motion?
If you could pull up that on the screen.
I just want to make sure we're clear on what we're voting on. Yep,
Right.
those ones.
All those conditions, yep.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
I am going to vote no. I think that by not resolving the remainder of the program, we'll wind up coming back and visiting this again unnecessarily. But motion passes 3-1. Thank you very much. What's your pleasure for the balance, gentlemen? Lady?
So I think we ought to send it back to the parking committee.
I'm not going to do that. We sent it to them 3 times.
Yeah.
They've done their job 3 times.
I would agree.
Do ours.
Yeah, I totally agree that they mean well, and Gina's trying to get them to make decisions, but it's difficult. I think it comes up to our board here at this point. So
could we have the spreadsheet back on the board?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Warren. The spreadsheet?
The spreadsheet, yeah.
So here's an idea. I'll just throw this out there. I'll leave this on all the motions. I think that we should make sure that the movie theater is protected with what they have, with the 3-hour pass. But to get more revenue neutral, we could either go 2-hour free parking at $2 an hour after that. There's other ways also to bring money into the parking program, which we haven't done that. We haven't done that study yet with the parklets. So that's another option of more money coming in to make it revenue neutral. So what I'm hearing from all the residents tonight and all the phone calls I got today was everybody wanted to keep the 2 hours free parking. I didn't hear anybody complain about anything else after that. But I don't know how you get to revenue neutral.
Yeah, I agree. I see where you're going. The only thing I'm trying to say is that if we're going to ever get this thing to a more revenue neutral position, we've got to start making a transition slowly. I don't feel like we should get rid of the free parking at all. I think we should go from 2 to 1, and then after that, $1 an hour. In other words, that next column. Even then, you see that the loss for each year is still 20 grand. And then in the following year, we might again raise the rate or have tiered rates, which is what I was kind of going for. In the third column, where you have still 1 hour free, now $2 an hour. Now we're getting to $117,000. At least it's paying down the debt of that $754. And then after that, we can get to $1 an hour, $450 a year, roughly. And then you can even go over further, 1.1 million if you go to $2, which is what San Luis does. So there you're starting to see some numbers where we can actually have a revenue stream where we can fund the downtown. Will it be extra lots, extra surface lots, or structure, whatever? We're getting to the point where we have some traction where we can actually do that. If you look at the column right above there, the annual expenses are pretty much constant, 282 all the way across. I think that might change a little bit because we're going to have more enforcement. In other words, when you start reducing the free hours, that means that the meter maids are going to have to go through a little more often to check to see what's going on. But even still, I think you see what I'm trying to get at is if we're going to make this thing work, it's a slow movement of engaging the fees to get us where we need to be out of this hole. And again, we need to pay back that general fund revenue balance. So I think that's, in my mind, that's the goal, to make it neutral at this point. Then future councils can deal with it, but at least we're getting it there. So that would be my recommendation.
For discussion, sir. So if we left it at the 2 free hours and then at the 2 hours after that, the $2, is that what you said San Luis pays $2 an hour over there?
Yeah.
And then if we did that I mean, this is coming back to us now. Could this come back to us again?
Well,
Could we
that's
do
kind of what
the,
I'm
could we
thinking,
do
Maria.
the,
Yeah. I mean, if we make a plan, I mean,
Right.
I don't think we should be making sharp turns in this parking program real fast. I think we should slowly make a plan. Council says this is where we're going. And now we have, again, 2 hours, I think, free, but then we also extended now to 8 o'clock at night. That was the second change that we made from 9 to 8. And now we want to go back to 1 hour free. And I think, too, I'll throw this out, and I think I've said this in years past. Parking's not free. There's a lot of downtown stores down there that could, like John does, give vouchers for coming into our store and buying something, right? And it's done all over the world. So by doing that, the stores are taking a part of this and, funding it as well. I know my building that I have, my parking that I had to put on the street is not free, okay? But I don't charge parking. Same way with, Target and these other places. You think those spaces out there in Walmart, they're free? No, they're not free. Somebody's paying for that. You are actually through the stores. But at any rate, maybe we could get a program buy-in with the downtown merchants that they start offering vouchers as we start growing the fee cost, for parking downtown. I think that's another phase that we need to engage, again, with the chamber and everybody else down there. But we've got to get this to a point where it's not going to be in the red. So however we do that without not a whole lot of pain. I remember when we first got testimony on these things, we can actually change these parking meters remotely. So in other words, time of day, it might be at the high point, $2 an hour. In the morning, it's 50 cents an hour. Whatever we would choose to do, you can do it remotely. It's not like it has to be done through signage. So that's another way to control, but the idea here is to get it revenue neutral as quick as we can.
So I'm going to repeat, I think that in keeping with the philosophy expressed by people here tonight and others who have expressed it to me outside of this meeting, that tourism should pay more of its way, even though it pays a great deal of its way right now in Paso Robles. I would like to have the council consider raising the TOT and using at least a portion of it to write down the debt service on our parking program. And I would like to have the rates set as cost neutral as possible, which means, by definition, that without a bond issue from the community at large, there will be no parking structure because the system will pay for itself, period.
Yeah. Caleb,
So I appreciate the comments. Public comment is
we
over.
got to be at the microphone, Joe. Caleb, can you ask some questions here? That's been raised. How is it technology-wise? Is there a tool that we have on board right now that can do that? So regarding
electronically,
tourism,
can we set rates that are tiered by zip code?
Yes, you said rates that are tiered by zip code as a city manager. Typically all of our downtown.
That's right.
Understood.
Again, sir, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we really need to control the comments from the audience because the public who's listening in can't participate.
Public comment is ended.
So Caleb, to control the employee parking, we need to control the employee parking. And the only way we do that is by making sure they park off the street. And if we bring the zip code out, it messes that up.
Yes. And also pre-register plates online. Valid. That service on the store later on. That's
can we require all downtown employees to register their vehicle? Is there any way to do that? I don't think there would be. I would think not, but.
Sir, I don't believe
please,
that
please, public comment is closed. Please. My attorney just told me to control public comment. And yet you don't seem to hear either one of us, do you? I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Kennedy.
I don't believe that would be legal for them to do that, or able to manage, because a lot of people have mini cars.
Right. That was the whole premise from the beginning. Why we had to do this is because of the downtown. Norma, again, same way. She talked her head off. Didn't happen. Didn't work. Couldn't do it. I truly think, council, we need to, we've already done the senior parking, but we need to make a plan here to move forward with, changing this into a more black number at the end of the year. And even doing the first tier, the first row here that we're talking about, 1 hour free, 1 hour dollar, is still not going to make it. But it'll get the transition started through the public. I mean, I just came back from Gold's Country up there, tiny little town. They had, and I still remember as a kid putting the nickels and dimes into their crank. It was fun, and I actually saw the meter gentleman walking around in a tiny little town. So again, everybody knows that when you come to a town that you're probably going to be paying for parking. And, in my opinion, we need to be less money so people will still want to come here. But on the other hand, we need to make it revenue neutral. And so to me, I think we need to make a decision to move it forward, get it in that right direction. So the question is, do we want to move to that next row, 1 hour free, 1 hour per dollar? That would be my recommendation. I don't personally like what the committee had recommended, get rid of all free parking right now. I think that's too much of a jump, too much of a time. But again, if we start nibbling this every year and get forward to the point where we're in the black, maybe in 2 or 3 years we have a.
So my concern, John, and I understand the incremental approach, but honestly, my concern is instead of solving the problem, we're going to have 2 or 3 years of people that are increasingly irritated. I mean, every year we're going to be talking about how we're going to change the parking rates, and we're going to be right back here.
Well,
so the basic question is, do we need a parking program? Because if we don't, then let's take our lumps and close down the kiosks and let people go free for all on parking. But if we do, then we have to assign a value to it and try to the greatest extent possible ascribe the cost to the tourists, which people perceive as being the great impact. So I personally think we need a parking program. I think that the old way didn't work. I think if we went back to the old way, we would have roomfuls of people concerned about that. I think we need to keep the cost as minimal to locals as possible. And if that means using new revenues to write down the existing investment, I'm willing to do that. If we're able to technologically do tiered rates and it's effective, what I'm hearing here is it may not be effective. I'm in favor of doing that. So I'm in favor of taking the minimal action tonight to move towards revenue neutrality, but also continuing the discussion to locate revenues to write down this debt, because you look at that 1 hour free, $1 an hour, when you include the money we've already put into the system here, you're still down here at $1 million in the hole.
Right. Yeah, 10 years.
And even if you subtract out the $754,000, we're still losing 20 grand a year.
Yeah,
so that's not revenue neutral.
No, but if we were to make a plan right here tonight that this year we're changing it to 1 hour free, $1 an hour. Next year we're going to go to 1 hour free, $2 an hour. The third year we're going to go to $1 an hour, no free parking. You see what I'm saying? This is a policy that we need to have direction to staff that this is where we want to go.
So I think you ought to have a 1 year policy, review it next year again, if we find other ways to pay for it, like TOT tax.
I still think, again, too, we never really got to this, over this 500 number for senior parking permits, but we still actually have, Caleb, this is the thing I didn't ask you. We still have a program for the employees downtown, right? That we never really talked about.
That's correct, sir.
They still have their, what is it? $5?
$5 a month, sir.
Exactly. Okay, so if we were to increase our senior permits, and we, again, are almost 700 now, if we were to say we're going to go to 750,
can't do that, John. It just voted on.
No, we can always amend it, saying that, we're going to change now. This is our policy. We're going to go from 1 hour, $1 an hour, 1 hour free, with the addition of additional senior parking permits. Again, we saw a testimony. This is what bothered me here a little bit, that we were all upset about the fact that we had so many senior parking that didn't actually affect us that bad. Remember we said in the year we'll figure out at this time of year how it works? I got to say, from what staff is telling, we have the data that it really wasn't that bad. So maybe we can oversell, I guess, what I'm trying to get at. But it still gives those seniors a way to get down there and use that parking at a minimal cost. So,
I just still think that we shouldn't take the 2 hour away free for the locals. I mean, I know we have to get a revenue, but, so your discussion, Sir Mayor, about the TOT, when would that happen?
That would be a separate discussion.
Right.
Because, my suggestion is that for this and other reasons, we need to increase the TOT.
Right.
One of the uses for that increase would be to write off a portion of this cost. That's a totally separate, couldn't be done tonight.
Right. No, I'm not saying when, but if we were to do the 2 hour free, $2 after that, it would be on the ballot, or when would the raising of the TOT, when would that discussion come in?
I asked the city attorney and city manager.
Sorry, couldn't get it turned on. So yes, we'd have to agendize that. You'd have to have a discussion about it, and it would eventually get to the voters. So November would be the soonest that I think you could get it on a ballot.
But I mean, that's not something we can do tonight.
Right. No, it's actually not agendized at all.
So lack of motion, I'll recommend that we go 2 free hours and $2 an hour after that.
And that's not really listed here either as a schedule, is it?
Still more revenue neutral. It's going to bring more in money than we got now.
It'd be interesting, Caleb, if we would have had that option on there too. I mean, it's somewhere between the third and fourth column, obviously.
Yeah. I have those numbers because we presented a lot of options to the advisory commission, but more than we presented to you guys, not just for limited of space. That number doesn't change that number too much though, because we still have that 88% of the people who aren't paying to park. And so what that does is takes our revenue based on the 12% of the people that are paying for parking, and based on what percentage of those people are paying for 1 hour versus multiple hours. And it changes that from 101 that you see on your board for the existing to 155. And so as you can imagine, that doesn't change those red numbers significantly. It does certainly change the needle, but not enough with the large, almost 90% of your cars are parking for free.
So not enough unless there's other help.
I'm sorry?
Unless there's other revenue to help, like TOT.
So, I hate to do this. I do not want to send this back to
okay.
No. They've done their job multiple times. I'm not going to do that again. I wouldn't mind tabling it tonight because I think we need a little more discussion on in-between rates that don't show up here. So
I move we continue this to the next meeting.
With direction to bring back
the 2 hour free, $2 an hour.
Yeah, just to see where it is.
And other options, yeah.
I mean, I'm okay with pushing it off, but again, I think what testimony from Caleb is
we're not finding resolution here.
No, I know, but on the other hand, I think we all understand that to get this in the black, we've got to start reducing down the free parking. No question about it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
As part of that conversation, would you like us to bring back the TOT item?
If you can get anything on that, that would be great. Yeah.
So we have a motion to table this.
Until the next meeting.
We want to see additional figures on differential tier rates and some preliminary information on what it would take to consider TOT. Is that correct?
That's it.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Yes. I have a motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilwoman Garcia. If there's no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia.
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye.
One clarification. I didn't put the caveat about the theater parking in that.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's understood, but I want to say it.
Right.
So that he can still have his.
Absolutely. He should be assured that there's no change.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the motion passed 4-0. I apologize for the confusion. Occasionally, we have an issue that defeats us. So we just need to think about this a little bit longer and try to gather a little more information rather than jump into something that might cause unintended consequences that would be even worse than what we have now. So thank you for your patience. Deeply appreciate that. Okay, we're moving on now to City Manager report.
Thank you, sir. Let's see here. So a couple comments for the council and for the community. First, I was remiss last council meeting not to mention that Christopher Leckel was, and I think one of the council members brought it up, with the interim tag, he's our public works director, was removed, and he received a full-time appointment as our permanent public works director. So I want to congratulate Christopher on that appointment. And again, please accept my apologies for not bringing that up at the last meeting. Also, I had a chance to attend the kickoff to the Little League season, and I was asked to throw out the first pitch. Happy to report I did not miss the catcher. I got it across the home plate, and the season has begun. It was very encouraging to be out there. There was lots of smiling faces. All the baseball diamonds were filled, as well as the surrounding areas. Also been working to, as Mr. Curry mentioned today, and Warren, we're working diligently to find solutions for funding for our bridge and other infrastructure needs. We had a meeting with Caltrans today to enlist their help and public partnership to be able to further that along, as well as meeting with our various developers and stakeholders to advance that initiative as well. Staff continues to work on the budget. Again, we had our budget workshop. We're also developing work plans that we'll be presenting as part of that presentation to council to demonstrate to the public and to the council that we understand your priorities and your goals, and that we have specific plans that we plan to execute as part of that as well. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Council Business Committee reports. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Since the last city council meeting, I attended this Saturday the Bill Pluma Memorial at the Warbirds Museum. Had a great turnout. I got some food out there, and there was a lot of people, and it was a great turnout. So I just wanted to say that. I did have been talking to some of the businesses about our upcoming meeting for the parklets. So I hope we get a turnout on that, which is scheduled for the 22nd, March 22nd. It says from 3 to 5. We have a scheduled meeting to talk about parklets. So I've been talking to some of the businesses about that. And that's all I have right now, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We heard about the Parking Commission, and we brought their recommendation up. We just went over that. That was a meeting. Then we also had integrated waste management. The item there is that the proposed JPA that we all worked on may be hung up with a particular city. I'm meeting with them tomorrow to talk it over a little bit. In their discussion, they're not happy with the fact that part of the JPA was to have a total of 9 seats on the board. We have 8 currently, which would be a tiebreaker kind of a situation. By adding another seat from the special districts. Right now, special districts have over 60,000 people in them, and they only have 1 seat. So they're a fairly large number. We thought possibly breaking that into 2 seats, and one of the cities is having an issue with that. So anyway, we'll see what happens. But if the JPA is not ratified by all cities, it dies at that point. So we may have to get into that again. Overall, though, the JPA that we came back up with, Matt Thompson and Christopher Lackle, was in Paso's favor. We had a lot of good things that we wanted that got in there, and we feel comfortable. The other thing I had was senior advisory, which was canceled due to lack of.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Gregory.
I got to work on staff with the circulation stuff. Highway 46. And I have a feeling I'm going to be spending a lot of time on that in the next few months. So that's my report for me.
Thank you. I had a Zoom meeting with California City's conference team. We're working on putting together a mini conference here in the city of Paso Robles. Every year, California City's organization, which obviously represents cities all over California, has a major conference either in Southern California or Northern California. And I contacted them to see if there'd be an interest in another conference here in the city of Paso Robles as an alternate during the year. Currently, they are tentatively planning to bring the Channel Counties Division meeting, which is 25 cities from Paso Robles to Port Hueneme, plus a lot of their conference partners to the city of Paso Robles in the third week of October, utilizing our downtown and our downtown parking for a mini conference and using it as a virtual conference center. We're reaching out to the theater to see if we can use their digital equipment to bring in presentations from all over the place and using breakout rooms in our local hotels for meeting rooms. So potential of having 100 to 125 guests and establishing and recurring downtown business tourism. So I've put them in contact with Travel Paso and with the Chamber of Commerce and all those folks. So they're working the details out right now. I attended the Downtown Parking Commission. We went through a lot of that tonight. I met with Supervisor Don Ortiz-Legg to talk about infrastructure projects and what I'm classifying now not as Paso Robles' problem, but as a regional opportunity, which are the bridges we discussed earlier this evening, trying to enlist support from a very broad-based group of governmental agencies to find the funds necessary for the planning and execution of that infrastructure. I took a trip out to Barney Schwartz Park. We've discussed that recently in the maintenance efforts that are going on out there. I had the opportunity to interview Frida Berman, who's our maintenance superintendent, to talk about exactly what's happening at Barney Schwartz Park. I'm going to be posting those videos on my mayor's website so people have an idea of how we're following up on that. Had a Zoom meeting with a variety of people over the issue of childcare. I think that we've talked about this in the past. One of the issues that always comes up when we talk about regional economic development in retaining businesses and attracting new businesses to the area is the difficulty that young families have in finding childcare. And so I reached out to an organization that provides corporate child care services to different companies and proposed to them there might be the opportunity for a public-private partnership to establish professional child care service centers in our county, which would help alleviate the problem of the shortage of child care as we go out and try to recruit new businesses coming in. I was there. We had representatives from our city and our school district, and also Supervisor Bruce Gibson was online for that. I attended the Chamber Mixer at Para Valley Vineyard. That was very enjoyable. Was at the Travel Paso Showcase at Ravel Winery. They brought in a lot of food and entertainment to show off the area for conference planners. They brought conference planners in to show off Paso Robles and get people to plan conferences in our area in the future. I did some video with a couple of people out there, also going to be on the website. And I got to ride in a sidecar, which is a first for me. Yeah. Attended the unhoused study session, the first kickoff session with our Chamber of Commerce leading the way. I think we have 3 or 4 more sessions planned. And again, this is the process that we're undertaking to establish a long-term vision for how the city can address homelessness and start laying the basis for consistent, sustainable funding for that in the future and really having an impact in the future on that. And today I virtually attend the Travel Paso Board of Directors. So that's the story of my dog. Coming up next, we have the Development Review Committee meeting Monday, March the 21st, 3:30 p.m. Planning Commission meeting Tuesday, March the 22nd at 6:30 p.m. Airport Commission meeting Thursday, March 24th, 6:30 p.m. Development Review Committee again, March 28th, that's a Monday at 3:30 p.m. Paso Robles City Council special meeting. We'll have a joint information workshop with the Planning Commission and Airport Commission. That's slated for March the 29th at 6:30 p.m. Development Review is back in business again on April the 4th at 3:30, and our next regular City Council meeting will be Tuesday, April the 5th at 6:30 p.m. Deadline for submitting items for the regular meeting on Tuesday, April 5th is Wednesday, March the 23rd. If there's no further business, I would solicit a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilwoman Garcia. There's no further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you all for your hard work.